Chapter 15:10. Yunyang asked softly, "But, to kill the Phoenix Emperor?" Hearing the two words Phoenix Emperor, the demon emperor's indifferent gaze shone with deep hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. Kill him. You killed my best brother in tens of thousands of years." Speaking of the word brother, the demon emperor's tone was filled with indescribable mockery. The 5 great elders of the dragon tribe standing behind the spirit beast king were shocked to the core. Although they knew that the demon emperor was in a terrible state and was nearing the end of his life, they did not know the cause. At most, they had a vague guess that it might be related to the Phoenix Emperor. After all, the Phoenix Emperor was the second most powerful person in the demon race, second only to the demon emperor. As long as there was a possibility, they would not wish for the demon emperor's death to be caused by the Phoenix Emperor. That would be the greatest disaster for the entire demon race. Yunyang kept quiet for a moment and said, "I need to know the reason. After all, from what I can see, His Majesty did not want to kill the Phoenix Emperor when he summoned him, at least before I came here. He even wanted to entrust the entire demon race to him. Why would there be such a drastic change in such a short period of time? If I don't know the reason, I can't promise anything." The demon emperor glanced at Yunyang with a strange gaze and finally sighed. "Supreme Cloud, I can finally be sure now, the gap between you and me, the Phoenix Emperor, and wise men like you, is actually so vast. You can really analyze what someone is thinking, saying, and doing based on a gaze, an expression, and a tone of voice, then immediately make the corresponding arrangements and guide the situation to a state that you're happy with, or make other decisions that are beneficial to you. I can't believe that there are people like you in this world." Yunyang smiled faintly and did not comment. After all, such words were nothing new to the 9 Supremes think tank. He was used to it and did not find it strange. "You're right. If the Phoenix Emperor had answered my summons and given me a reasonable explanation, no matter whether the explanation was true or false, even if I'm dead this time, even if he's the one who killed me, I still wouldn't blame him. Even if I still hate him, want to scold and blame him, but handing the demon race over to him is still the best choice. After all, I still believe that he can lead the demon race to the destination that I expected, or even further than I expected. But he didn't come back. He didn't come this time, but I was still waiting and giving him a chance. I am waiting for a brother to send me on my way when I bid farewell to this world. It doesn't matter if this brother is a real brother or a fake brother. Even if it's all fake, we've still been together for tens of thousands of years. After all, in the eyes of the entire world, the Phoenix Emperor is my best brother. As long as he can give me the last bit of dignity, everything else isn't important. I admit defeat." The spirit demon emperor's face revealed an extremely sorrowful expression. "But he still hasn't come back. He hasn't come back again and again. We don't have time to wait for him. We know that he won't come. He will only come back after we die and take over the demon race. If he comes, I'll give it to him. But if he doesn't come, I won't do as he wishes. I'll use my last bit of strength to destroy his wishful thinking." The spirit demon emperor spoke through gritted teeth, but the more he spoke, the calmer his expression became. In the end, his voice was almost indifferent, like water without ripples. However, Yunyang knew that this was a sign that the spirit demon emperor had made up his mind. "I'd like to hear the details." Yunyang looked doubtful for the first time. "Although I've guessed that the Phoenix Emperor is plotting against your Majesty, I'd like to ask your Majesty to explain the details. If I hadn't been in close contact with your Majesty, it's hard to imagine how your Majesty, with your cultivation base and combat ability, ended up in such a state. From the words of your Majesty and the Golden Dragon Elder, I can tell that your Majesty was still the same as before a day ago, before the apocalyptic ploy was activated. Could this be related to the apocalyptic ploy?" The spirit demon emperor took a long look at Yun Yang before a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. I thought that we valued Supreme Cloud very much, but we've still underestimated you. You shouldn't be called Supreme Cloud, you should be called Supreme Wit. Just as you've guessed, everything stems from the apocalyptic ploy. The apocalyptic ploy can be considered a hoax that isn't a hoax. A hoax? A hoax that isn't a hoax? Yun Yang, along with the 5 dragon elders, could not help but ask. To say that it's a hoax, it should be a plot against me, a plot that deceives me of my life, soul, cultivation base, status, and everything about me. The spirit demon emperor smirked. To say that it isn't a hoax, it's because the apocalyptic ploy really exists and its power is real, even beyond imagination. It's also because it's beyond imagination that the backlash is even more terrifying. I can basically confirm that the only target of this backlash is the demon emperor who presided over the apocalyptic ploy. I'm the only one. I boast that I know everything about the apocalyptic ploy. The only thing I don't know about is this backlash. I've gone through all the arrangements and records regarding the apocalyptic ploy countless times, but I've never seen the existence of the backlash. Yun Yang smiled. Your Majesty is mistaken. This is actually the most logical explanation. If you've known about this backlash, with Your Majesty's character, why would you even think of using it? Your Majesty cherishes your life very much. Listening to Yun Yang's blatant mockery, the 5 dragon elders glared at him. The spirit demon emperor, on the other hand, remained calm and unperturbed as he continued, this apocalyptic ploy, we've been studying it since 10,000 years ago. The spirit demon emperor paused and continued in a tone that was utterly chilling. However, 10,000 years ago, or perhaps even longer, when the Phoenix Emperor proposed the apocalyptic ploy, he presented it to me, or rather, all the information related to the apocalyptic ploy that I could get my hands on, was altered. No, he only deleted the part about the backlash. As long as the backlash doesn't exist in the records, of course, I'll actively work on this matter. Yun Yang continued, the person who is the best at lying actually rarely lies. Almost every word he says is true. It's only when he needs to, at the most crucial moment, that a lie or half a sentence is enough to complete the plot. If it wasn't for the Phoenix Emperor's scheming, Your Majesty wouldn't have used the identity of the spirit demon emperor to carry out the apocalyptic ploy and end up in this state. Sigh. People like you who are used to scheming have dirty hearts and can understand each other's schemes the best. But no matter what, the Phoenix Emperor has already set up this plot. It's been set up too early. When he said the last 3 words, the spirit demon emperor was practically gritting his teeth, squeezing them out through the gaps between his teeth. The 5 great elders of the dragon clan looked at each other in shock. They did not expect to witness such a secret when they were dragged in by the Dragon Emperor today. The 5 great elders were all important members of the Dragon clan and the Spirit Demon Emperor's trusted subordinates. Of course, they knew when the apocalyptic ploy had started. Thinking about it, all of them sucked in a cold breath in unison, shuddering in fear. If the plot had already started from that time, how cunning was the Phoenix Emperor? That was not something that could only be described as a heart. That heart was clearly black, completely black. No, the plot didn't start from that time. The spirit demon emperor thought about it and said, it should be even earlier. His gaze pierced through the void in front of him, looking into the distance. In the distance, some scenes appeared as the spirit demon emperor's gaze was focused. The quiet grassland should have been the backyard of the leaders of the various clans at that time. At that time, the rulers of the various clans of the demon clan had gathered on this grassland. This grassland was the sacred land of the entire demon clan, the field of celestial demons. In front of everyone, a small dragon, a small phoenix, a small tiger, a small fox, a small horse, a small deer, and a small eagle appeared. They were all playing and playing happily. There was no separation between them, only harmony. The spirit demon emperor pointed. That's me, that's the Phoenix Emperor, that's the Fox Emperor, that's the Bear Emperor. At that time, our fathers were around. We often played together, almost every day. We had a good relationship since we were young. It was probably an opportunity that our fathers deliberately created for us to grow and become stronger together. We were always close, not brothers, but closer than brothers. Even if we became the rulers of our own clans in the future, there would still be no barriers between us. It was more convenient for us to create a bright future for the demon clan together. In order for us young ones to be together, most of our fathers abandoned the territories that were originally suitable for them to live in and gathered on this field of celestial demons, and we didn't disappoint them. We grew up day by day. Among them, I was the oldest, and I was also the strongest. However, at that time, the title of boss was just a title I gave myself. I was only the strongest in terms of battle prowess and could suppress everyone else. I've been a stubborn and arrogant child since I was young. In addition, I was used to being domineering, so naturally, I was ostracized by others. Almost no one liked me. Everyone liked to be close to the nine-tailed white fox and the Phoenix Emperor. The spirit demon emperor's face was filled with melancholy as he reminisced. From the constantly changing scenery, Yun Yang saw the little dragons and phoenixes quarreling, fighting, forming small groups, and fighting each other, but they were also growing up. Finally, the scene stopped. At this time, the future emperors had already transformed into their human forms. At this time, our fathers and the rest were actually very old. Look at the Battle of the Crimson Soul Mountain today. It's already very tragic, but you don't know that the war between the two clans back then was the real tragedy. Our fathers were all severely injured in the Crimson Soul War back then and didn't have long to live. Therefore, many of the major and minor matters in the clan were already decided by us. Our forefathers have given us a deadline. Within 5,000 years, we have to choose the real demon king from this group of little brothers. To lead all the clans of the demon race. The demon race needs a common leader. It was also from then on that our group of brothers changed from a small quarrel to a competitive relationship. Soon, we were divided into 3 groups. The flying clans mostly supported the Phoenix Emperor. The land beasts worshipped the nine-tailed white fox as their leader. Nine-tailed white is the leader. There's also a portion that treats Emperor Rock, who refuses to submit to the Phoenix Emperor, as their leader. They formed their own faction, the Spirit Demon Emperor murmured. The corners of Yun Yang's lips twitched as he listened. What about you? The Spirit Demon Emperor's expression was a little embarrassed and resentful. Back then, I was only the leader of a group of young brothers in the dragon race. I won it with my fists and didn't have much credibility. Therefore, no one from the other clans acknowledged me. Yun Yang coughed, feeling that it was so ridiculous that he forgot to retort. The current Spirit Demon Emperor, the Spirit Demon Emperor who commanded all the demons in the world, was actually alone during the competition for the Spirit Demon Emperor position. He did not even have a supporter. Who would believe this? It had to be said that this matter was rather bizarre. The 5 dragon elders' expressions were similar to Yun Yang's. 3 of them had personally experienced the incident back then. Their expressions were even more sorrowful now. That was the situation back then. No matter who the Spirit Demon Emperor was, it was never my turn to be the Spirit Demon Emperor. I had never thought of becoming the Spirit Demon Emperor back then. Everyone is holding back their energy to compete with the other teams. 4,000 years have passed in a hurry. Everyone has reached the beginner stage of the Sage Realm, but no one can suppress the others and take the lead. But at that time, everyone already knew in their hearts that the Phoenix Empress was not weaker than me. She was improving rapidly, and her mind was nimble. She was calculative and far-sighted. Everyone felt that if the next demon sovereign was the Phoenix Empress, she would definitely continue her glory. The nine-tailed white fox was intelligent and thoughtful. He took 1 step forward and looked ahead 3 steps ahead. If he were to be the spirit demon emperor, there would be a new atmosphere. Our generation was considered by our fathers to be the most outstanding generation in history. My father once said that if this generation didn't achieve great things, the demon race would truly have no hope. He even warned me many times that no matter who became the spirit demon emperor in the future, I must listen to him. The more Yunyang listened, the more ridiculous he felt. Did this not mean that the spirit demon emperor back then could not possibly become the spirit demon emperor? There was not even a possibility. Could there have been some sort of shady deal that caused such a change? In spite of this, Yunyang dared not say it out loud like before. After all, it was easier said than done. Even if the spirit demon emperor could not do it due to his physical condition, the other dragon elders might not be able to hold themselves back. It was about 5,000 years. When the last 1,000 years began, I had completely given up then. I was only waiting for the time when I pledged my loyalty to the new spirit demon emperor. The Phoenix Emperor suddenly came to me. He brought the Phoenix clan and all the flying tribes that followed him to find me, saying that he wanted to support me as the leader. He had been extremely respectful to me since the first time he saw me, prostrating himself before me. There was a trace of disbelief on the spirit demon emperor's face as well. Obviously, Long Yutian's expression back then should have been even more surprised than he was now. Yunyang was even more surprised. What the heck was this? I thought it was already ridiculous that it was a shady deal, but this was even more ridiculous. It was actually a younger brother who came to find me and prostrated himself, and he even brought all his subordinates to pledge his allegiance. This was too fantastical. It looks like Supreme Cloud was surprised too. Not only was Supreme Cloud surprised, I was the same. I laughed when he acknowledged me. Both of us had fought so many times before, neither of us was willing to submit to the other. Why did he suddenly acknowledge me? He had always looked down on me. However, the truth was right before our eyes. It felt great that this younger brother brought all his assets to pledge his allegiance. I was very excited too, and I had no reason to reject him. Especially when the Phoenix Emperor mentioned so many benefits that I could only have as the Spirit Demon Emperor. I had so many strengths. I'm afraid even I can't say how many strengths I actually have. In the end, the Phoenix Emperor pointed out that perhaps I wasn't a good friend or a good brother, but as a ruler, as the Spirit Demon Emperor, I was the most qualified and most suitable. Therefore, he supported me. For the sake of the demon race's great cause, this sacrifice was necessary. Then, he found Emperor Rock's group and told Emperor Rock that since neither of us were willing to submit to the other and both of us objected to the other becoming the Spirit Demon Emperor, it was better to fight to the end. In the end, neither of us would be able to sit in this position. If we were to continue the internal conflict, it would only damage the demon race's foundation. If that was the case, then we might as well not do it. Then, Emperor Rock agreed. Just like that, the three of us gathered as one. Our momentum was unprecedented, completely suppressing Nine-Tailed White's group. Nine-Tailed White's group saw that the situation was hopeless, so they gave up the fight. It was also because of this that I naturally became everyone's boss. From the most marginalized person, I became everyone's boss. The Demon Emperor's face was still filled with confusion as he said, the 5,000 years time limit was up. We gathered together, with me as the leader, to pay our respects to our fathers, saying that we've elected the publicly acknowledged Demon Emperor. When I stood up and my brothers saluted me, I clearly remember that all of our fathers were stunned. They were drinking then, and many of them even spilled their wine. Everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. Even my biological father, the Dragon Emperor at that time, fell from his chair to the ground. He kept asking us if we were putting on an act to fool them. Yunyang could imagine the scene. If he had been the person involved, he might not have felt any better. A person who was publicly acknowledged to be the most impossible had been elected as the Demon Emperor. How absurd was this? The demon emperor let out a long sigh. It was only today that I understood what this was. I was actually just a scapegoat that the Phoenix monarch had found. I was a puppet that trusted him completely, and had no intention of guarding against him at all. I was completely controlled by him. The Phoenix Emperor knows that no matter if it's Nine-Tailed White or the Rock Emperor, he won't be able to control either of them if they become demon emperors. I'm the only one who's foolish enough to believe whatever he says. On the premise that he can't become demon emperor and needs to avoid the backlash of the apocalyptic ploy, only I, who listens to his suggestions, can succeed as demon emperor. To accomplish his great cause. Now that I think about it, I can almost say that he had already calculated today's situation since then. Other than me, even if Emperor Rock were to become the demon emperor, the Phoenix Emperor wouldn't be able to control him. He's calculated my personality to the core, how scheming, how forbearing, how terrifying. I'm utterly convinced by his plotting. I'm extremely impressed. I'm convinced. Yunyang sighed emotionally. Thinking of the Phoenix Emperor's series of plans, even though he had always been known as the Wise One and Supreme Wit, he still felt chills down his spine when he recalled all of the Phoenix Emperor's plans. A plan, an ultimate goal that had been laid out for tens of thousands of years. Since the Demon League had been established, everyone was well equipped. Naturally, everyone started to wage war and unify the demon race. Actually, at that time, the demon realm's demon plane was filled with heroes. Many tribes had their own leaders. Our fathers still had the title of Demon Emperor, but we didn't have actual authority. For example, the Green Dragon and Black Dragon lineages of our race were outside of the Demon League, not listening to orders. We fought and conquered them one by one. At first, we targeted the Green Dragon and Black Dragon lineages. The dragon race was the first to assert its authority without any restraints. It was probably then that I began to be obsessed with power and had 120% faith in the Phoenix Emperor. One day after many years, the entire demon plane was finally unified. I truly became the ruler of the demon race, the ruler of all races. It was also then that our fathers passed away one by one. They saw with their own eyes that we'd unified the demon race. They left very contented, very happy, very relieved. Before my father died, he held my hand and said, "Little God, I've always thought that you wouldn't be able to achieve anything great, but I didn't expect that out of all my sons, the one who was the most promising and accomplished the greatest thing was actually you." I was very happy, very surprised. Father passed away with a smile. The expression on the Demon Emperor's face was indescribable. If he knew now, that his son had been played by the Phoenix Emperor like a fool for so long and so thoroughly, I wonder how he would feel. The memories of the Demon Emperor in front of him began to flow again, constantly changing the scenes. However, neither Yunyang nor the 5 great elders of the Dragon Clan were in the mood to watch these images. Their entire minds were immersed in the Demon Emperor's narration, enveloped in an inexplicable chill. Until all of the older generation have passed away, the Demon Emperor looked despondent as he said, "We began to divide the territories. The Phoenix Emperor suggested that we're all rulers of our respective races, the rulers of our own races. We're no longer children. It's not appropriate for us to gather together again. It's easy to cause trouble if we're too far away from our own races. Therefore, it's time for us to enjoy the world." Everyone thought that this made sense, so from then on, everyone separated and no longer gathered together. After that, the wolf race, which was the most famous among the fortune-tellers, suddenly erupted in rebellion for some reason. The Wolf Emperor was killed in the chaos, then the army was mobilized and swiftly pacified the internal strife of the wolf race. However, the wolf race couldn't avoid disappearing from the demon race. After that, the peacock race, which could predict the future, also met with a problem. This went on for tens of thousands of years. Many races experienced various kinds of disturbances before their entire race was wiped out, back then, the Nine-Tailed White, the Nine Lives Cat, and the Nine Lives Cat's military advisor, felt that there might be a reason for so many races to be wiped out one after another. They came to me to tell me about this, saying that there might be some unknown bad news. Most of the races that disappeared had some innate abilities, like being able to see the future, predict the future, or predict the future, or predict the future. Especially with the extinction of these clans, many of the records and ancient books left behind by these clans have also disappeared without a trace. There was another time, the Dragon Clan's secret grounds, treasure vaults, and warehouses. Wait a minute, a dozen secret places where things were stored, as well as. There was a fire that burned out of nowhere, and all the historical sites were burned to the ground. The Fox Emperor was the first to feel that something was wrong. It was too strange. So he came to me and asked, "Is there a conspiracy to destroy the demon race's legacy?" There were many strange things in this, and the Nine-Tailed White asked me to be careful of the people around me. But why would I care about this at that time? I called the Phoenix Emperor over to discuss it. We discussed for a long time, but there was no progress. However, the Phoenix Emperor suggested that in order to prevent the legacy from being lost, the major races should send the ancient books to the Demon Palace. It would be easy to preserve them, so that they wouldn't do it properly. Moreover, the Phoenix Emperor suggested that in order to avoid being led astray again, he was willing to take charge of this matter. Why would I care about such small matters? This matter was naturally given to the Phoenix Emperor to take charge of. This matter went on for a full 10 years. The ancient books of the various races were all sent to the Demon Palace. And that strange thing never happened again. The Nine-Tailed White was also relieved, and said to me at that time, "Your Majesty, our brothers are all outside, and now that the world has been settled, we should be of one heart and one mind, and work together for the great cause. Now, the most taboo thing is for the general to be slandered when he is outside." He made me pay attention. But at that time, I felt that I was wise and mighty, far ahead of my ancestors. How would I listen to him? And after that, about a few years later, there was suddenly a rumor that the son of the Nine-Tailed White, the Nine-Tailed Jade, had the appearance of being the common lord of the Demon Clan, and would replace him in the future. The rumor was very true. Moreover, the son of the Nine-Tailed White did indeed have the extraordinary aura that the Nine-Tailed White had when she was young. I was very angry about this. Was that the heart of a disloyal subject? The Phoenix Emperor suggested that as long as the Fox clan stayed away from the center of the demon realm, it would be fine, so I sent the Nine-Tailed White's Fox clan away from the Fox clan's fief and stationed at the foot of the Blood Soul Mountain. I believe that from then on, the Nine-Tailed White began to be disappointed in me. Then, there was the matter of the Nine Lives Cat's military advisor, White Shirt, was suddenly tortured to death by my son. I remember that I was very angry at that time. We were all old brothers, and that White Shirt was even one of the 3 great sages of the demon realm, as well as the Phoenix Emperor and the Nine-Tailed White. How could he have died in such a tragic way? Especially since there were too many puzzling things about it. Not to mention other things, just based on his cultivation, wit, and methods, he was not someone that my son could control in any aspect. How could he be captured without putting up a fight, and finally be tortured to death? I believe that he had countless ways to solve that crisis. Yet, he died so carelessly. I didn't have time to investigate before the Nine Lives Cat went crazy. He slaughtered my palace and killed my crown prince. The Demon Emperor sighed deeply. Thus, the Nine Lives Cat was imprisoned by me. For the first time, we brothers had a complete falling out. It was probably from then on that the Phoenix Emperor suddenly proposed the strategy of world annihilation. The Phoenix Emperor repeatedly expressed that all the arrangements now were useless. We should activate the strategy of world annihilation and sacrifice billions of demonic spirits in exchange for boundless power, using the most direct method to break through the Blood Soul Mountain and march into the bound of universe. He even brought out all the records regarding the strategy of world annihilation. A chill ran down Yun Yang's spine. He could only feel a chill creeping up his spine. This was a step-by-step scheme. Now, it seemed that the Demon Emperor was muddle-headed. However, even if it was another Demon Emperor, could the Phoenix Emperor really not succeed? This chapter of 7,400 could be considered an outburst. He did not unravel it because the entire scheme would not look good if it was unraveled. That was why he had waited until now to write it. However, he really could not take it anymore. It was too late today, and the ghost would have to sleep until the afternoon tomorrow. If I'm not in a good condition tomorrow, I'll take a break and inform everyone in advance. Chapter 15:11. If I persevere, even if I don't write 9,000, I can still write 5,000 to 6,000. But I don't dare to stay up late anymore. My wife is joking with me. You're so timid now. You look like you're afraid of death. But I'm filled with emotions. There's an indescribable feeling. Indeed, when I was young, I just had to give it my all and do my best. I once posted a chapter saying, everyone has one life, and only one life. When others don't dare to fight, I will. Why? Because I have no way out. If I fight to my death, I'll be on the news. If I don't fight to my death, we'll live a good life. I've been writing for 10 years, and I've been pulling all-nighters for 5 of those years. Now, I really don't dare to do it anymore. The book has reached the last plot. I don't ask for too much detail in my writing. But, please allow me to finish writing while taking care of my body. Sorry, brothers. I'm taking a day off for I am the Supreme. I won't stay up late today. I'm typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 15:12. Executing the apocalyptic strategy would easily result in the death of billions of lives. It's too cruel. Even as a demon emperor, I don't wish for so many people to die at once. However, when I wanted to discuss it with my brothers, I was shocked to realize that I've not been in contact with them for a long time. I've offended many of my brothers inadvertently. For example, the Rock Emperor. It was just a small matter, but I felt offended and chased him out of Demon Imperial City with cold words. The Tiger Emperor came to explain for the Cat Emperor, but I vented my anger on him, accusing him of colluding with the tiger and the cat, saying that he could no longer enter Demon Imperial City if he wasn't summoned. I scolded him on the spot. The Eagle Emperor came to explain for the Nine-Tailed White, but I scolded him and he left without looking back. As for those brothers with special abilities, they've long disappeared. Then, I had a bunch of things. For a long time, everyone thought that I was afraid of the 9 lives, so I didn't mention it. They didn't know that this has always been the thing that puzzled me. How could such a thing happen? Every night, I dream about it. Bai Yi is one of the 3 wise men of the demon race and was once the military advisor of millions of troops. How could he have a conflict with my son for no reason? Although my son is immature, he has always kept a respectful distance from elders like Bai Yi, not daring to provoke them. How could he have done such a crazy thing? How could my son not know Bai Yi's daughter and daughter-in-law? They've always gathered together, so why didn't this happen before? The bizarre turn of events, the bizarre deaths. And then there's the sudden outburst of thunderous rage from the 9 lives. They didn't ask what was right or wrong, and then slaughtered their way into the imperial palace. Yun Yang interrupted, "Since your majesty already has doubts, why didn't you investigate it?" The spirit demon emperor nodded his head, but then shook his head. How is it that I have never thought of investigating clearly, but when I wanted to investigate, I then remembered that the Xiaofan who was famous for its divination and the peacock who predicted the future had already been extinct for a long time. At that moment, I was unable to find out where to start. In addition, I had the mentality of being the leader of the spirit demon race, and always felt that I was the emperor. Even if the emperor was in the wrong, as an official, I should not leave any leeway and reprimand him for his wrongdoings. Also, the Phoenix Monarch has always been investigating this matter. He once told me that he suspects that there's something fishy going on. He has never given up on the investigation. With the wisest person, the Phoenix Monarch, investigating this matter, I am naturally at ease. At this time, 2 streams of tears flowed down from the demon sovereign's eyes. Back then, when I became the leader of the demon clan, I made a solemn promise to all my brothers that we will share weal and woe together, never forsake each other. So it was I who forgot the promise that year. This is karma, karma, karma. After the repeated failures in the Crimson Soul Mountain, basically, for every failure, the Phoenix Monarch would bring it up again, and again, and again. My patience grew thin. However, about 10,000 years ago, the Condor Emperor of the Condor clan presented a plan. It was to capture the Bound of Universe's human martial artists and absorb the chi of vitality of the human race to extract the Bound of Universe's providence. Although it would take a long time, it would be enough to destroy the Bound of Universe's barrier. I know that the Phoenix Monarch has made similar arrangements. Therefore, I ask the Phoenix Monarch to carry out this plan first. As long as it doesn't require the sacrifice of billions of people, it's acceptable to expend other resources and time. The Phoenix Monarch did not obstruct this plan like before and agreed readily. Under my suggestion, the Phoenix Monarch offered some of the results that he had already achieved. However, not long after that, the Condor Emperor's clan rebelled, and even his clan, the Condor clan, was annihilated by the army. The spirit demon sovereign sighed sadly. Yunyang gritted his teeth as he listened. All these years, you've never noticed the Phoenix Monarch's disloyalty? Yunyang blurted out in surprise. How slow could this spirit demon sovereign be? His wings had been wiped clean and he had been deserted by his people, yet he was still so high and mighty that he did not notice it? No. The spirit demon sovereign chuckled self-deprecatingly. Even when our opinions differ, the Phoenix Monarch will not quarrel with me or fight with me. He will give me face, even though he will always find a chance to persuade me after the matter is over, to let me know that what he said makes sense and to preserve my dignity. Isn't this how a good brother should behave? The corners of Yunyang's lips twitched, speechless for a moment. When their opinions were the same, they would act on it immediately. When their opinions were different, they would wait for him to persuade them and then act according to the Phoenix Monarch's wishes? If that was the case, everything was the Phoenix Monarch's will. Then, after so many years, what kind of spirit demon sovereign are you? You're really a puppet. Even the most severe henpecked husband that I've seen isn't as severe as you. Could it be the legendary henpecked husband? Or perhaps he was a henpecked husband? However, even if he was henpecked, he knew that he was a henpecked husband. Yet, the spirit demon sovereign did not know about it. That was impressive. The spirit demon sovereign looked awkward as he explained reluctantly, the Phoenix Monarch is usually very respectful to me and gives me face. His attitude is very good, cough, cough. Yunyang was speechless. He made you the spirit demon sovereign, but he also made you a loner. Everything is done according to his instructions and he doesn't have to bear any responsibility. Everything goes according to his wishes. If it were me, I'd be happy too. What's so strange about having a good attitude? Occasionally, a Condor Emperor would offer you a plan without understanding the situation and his clan would be annihilated. Those with special abilities would be eliminated one by one. The wise ones of the demon clan would either be killed or banished. All in all, anyone who was a hindrance to the world annihilation strategy, a thorn in the side, or even someone who might obstruct the world annihilation strategy. Who else could you listen to other than me? However, the results of the Eagle Emperor's plan were too slow. Furthermore, it consumed too much manpower, resources, and money. It was probably from that time that the Eagle Emperor's plan was carried out. On the other hand, according to the Phoenix Emperor's words, the demon race began to carry out the Eagle Emperor's plan. Those who disobeyed or committed crimes were all arrested and awaited their execution. In reality, they were waiting for the world annihilation strategy. The spirit demon sovereign sighed deeply. Yunyang wanted to laugh out loud. What kind of policy did the demon clan follow? The policy of the strong being the king. Arresting those who disobeyed and committed crimes? Then there wouldn't be many of the demon clan left who weren't arrested. The spirit demon sovereign's memory flashed through his mind. Speaking of the world annihilation strategy, we'll have to wait until Supreme Cloud causes trouble in the demon clan. The spirit demon sovereign looked at Yunyang. Yunyang rubbed his nose. Did this have anything to do with him? The soul-devouring trees that he had caused trouble for the demon clan. It seemed like he had caused a lot of trouble for the demon clan. Alright, I'll take the blame, I'll take the blame. What else can I do? Then, the world annihilation strategy was activated, according to the records. The spirit demon sovereign's expression was a little twisted. According to the records provided by the Phoenix Monarch, the spirit demon sovereign prayed to the heavens and the demonic forefather, willing to exchange his own safety for the prosperity of the demon clan. Yunyang was surprised again. Ah, Your Majesty, you're just going to let it happen. Don't you feel that something's wrong? How clear was it? It was to exchange his own safety for the prosperity of the demon clan? It couldn't have been more explicit, could it? The spirit demon sovereign was embarrassed. I thought it was just a formality then. I've said similar things countless times. Yunyang was speechless. What he said made too much sense, he actually had nothing to say. Back then, His Majesty the old Emperor of Yutong had almost always said that he was willing to exchange his own safety for the country's stability. Therefore, it was natural for those in power to say such empty words. How could he have known that it was for real this time? Saying that he was going to exchange his own safety for the prosperity of the demon clan meant that he was really going to die. Only now do I understand. All of the Phoenix Monarch's plans are to pave the way and prepare for the world annihilation strategy. The spirit demon sovereign said sadly, my mind is clear now. If my guess is correct, after the world annihilation strategy is activated, there will only be one beneficiary, and this beneficiary can only be the Phoenix Monarch. Perhaps, he has a way to extract the power of the world annihilation strategy for his own use. Yunyang was speechless. It had already come to this, and there was still a perhaps? That was for sure. At the same time, there will also be one who will suffer the backlash and be annihilated. If not for me, I believe the Phoenix Monarch wouldn't have dared to go all the way. He knows that this boundless power is beyond the endurance of anyone in this world. No one will be able to withstand it. However, with me acting as a sucker, the Phoenix Monarch will be able to sit back and relax, and she can simply accept the benefits. This benefit is absolutely not limited to the destruction of the Blood Soul Mountain. There will definitely be great benefits to the Phoenix itself. Yunyang and the few dragon saints nodded silently. White Dragon Great Elder said bitterly, the Phoenix Monarch's current power is already invincible in this world. Although the power he has displayed seems to be full of loopholes, it has actually exceeded the limits of this world. It is the legendary ultimate power, unstoppable. The spirit demon sovereign looked up at the sky, speechless for a long time. After a while, he said softly, the Phoenix Monarch's greatest wish in this life is to find the Phoenix clan's long-lost orthodox legacy, to transcend this world and become a true Phoenix. This is the highest secret of the demon clan. The Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan are both descendants of the divine beasts. Our two clans have always been proud of this. But now, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan have insulted the name of the divine beasts. They are no different from the ordinary demon clan. It's just that their physical bodies are a little stronger and their talents are a little stronger. The Phoenix Clan's Nirvana fire is said to be able to burn anything and has great power, but in fact, it has not reached the pinnacle of purity. The reason is that it lacks the true core legacy. In other words, the current Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan are basically the bloodlines that have been truly banished or abandoned by the divine beasts of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan. And the Phoenix Monarch has always wanted to restore his identity as a member of the Phoenix Clan, wanting to return to the real clan. He has told me this wish more than 1,000 times. Chapter 15:13. In fact, it's not just the Dragon and Phoenix bloodlines. The Rock Emperor's bloodline has similar ancient records as well. "We're all exiled, our bloodline sealed," the Demon Emperor said. "Only by surpassing the limits of this world and roaming the starry sky will there be a chance to return to the clan." This is also the power of extreme heaven that Elder White Dragon mentioned just now. Its power is beyond this world. Yunyang sucked in a deep breath. Yunyang knew more about the ultimate divine power than the Demon Emperor. When Aunt May appeared in the Tianxian continent, she had mentioned this ultimate divine power. When Shengguan Lingxiu learned from Aunt May's husband had given a detailed description of this. This power did not only refer to the limit of a certain world or era. For example, if the Bound of Universe's pinnacle experts appeared in the Tianxian continent and wanted to destroy it, they could do it with a wave of their hands. They could also be like Yunyang, restraining their power and doing things calmly. This was a manifestation of the ultimate divine power. However, Yunyang was strong in the Tianxian continent, but he was still not strong enough. Only someone as strong as Auntie May, who could only stay there for a short period of time even when he had retracted his aura, would be considered strong enough. Even in the Bound of Universe, he could destroy it with a wave of his hand. He was almost at the level of the monarch of Bloody Soul Mountain. Although the Phoenix Emperor had obtained great benefits from the World Annihilation strategy, most of the power of the World Annihilation strategy had been used to destroy the monarch of the Blood Soul Mountain. The portion that was given to the Phoenix Emperor was relatively limited. Although it was enough for the Phoenix Emperor to break through her original limits and even improve greatly, it was not enough for her to completely dominate the world. The Phoenix Emperor obviously knows the true secret of the strategy of world annihilation, the pros and cons. The Demon Emperor turned his head abruptly. "So, he's plotted for so many years. He doesn't want to be the Demon Emperor because the real sacrifice of the strategy of world annihilation is the Demon Emperor himself. He wants power, but he can't do it without power. He's lied to me all my life, used me all my life, and in the end, I died because of his plan. This is an irreconcilable blood feud. Supreme Cloud, elders, I know I'm going to die. But I beg you, kill the Phoenix Emperor." The expression on the Demon Emperor's face was indescribable. It wasn't anger, it wasn't despair, and it wasn't dispirited. He said that he hated the Phoenix Empress, but when he mentioned the Phoenix Empress, there was still a complicated look in his eyes. It seemed that his brother was still by his side, giving him advice and suggestions. Memories constantly flashed before his eyes. The little dragon and little phoenix gradually grew up and became two kings, standing at the peak of the entire demon race. Bit by bit, they betrayed the pain in his heart. He was the most trusted, the closest, and he thought that he was the best friend in this world. However, the other party did not take him seriously at all. His only use was to be a scapegoat, a scapegoat. Every bit of growth was pushing him one step further on the path of a puppet. In the end, it was completely fixed. The Demon Emperor murmured to himself, "I trusted him, loved him, respected him, and did everything I could to cooperate with him. Until today, in this lifetime, I've always thought of him as my best friend, my best brother. But he used me, deceived me, toyed with me, and trampled on my emotions. He treated me like a fool, a tool, for the rest of his life. He used me to achieve all of his goals. He made the apocalyptic strategy backfire and drained all of my life force. He drained my essence, my soul, everything I had, everything in this life and in the future, all of it. I won't have a future, I won't have an afterlife. If we don't meet today, it'll be an eternal farewell. We'll never see each other again. The demon emperor sighed. I've been tricked by him for so long. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I've been tricked the most in history, but I'm extremely impressed by his intelligence and resourcefulness. I have nothing to say. However, the more scheming he is, the more ingenious his schemes are, and the more determined he is, the more I hate him. The demon emperor's expression kept changing, he sighed and gritted his teeth at times. His emotions were fluctuating, almost indescribable with words. Yunyang did not mock him anymore. It was not that it was useful or that he could not bear to do it, but Yunyang asked himself a question. If he had been tricked by a brother he acknowledged, even with Yunyang's composure, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Whether it was himself or anyone else, when the truth was finally revealed, there was no other way or time to salvage the situation. Their emotions would not be any better than the demon emperor's. I've also thought about the future of the demon race and the human race. The demon emperor suddenly changed the topic. Yunyang was bewildered. He had long given up on the demon emperor's intelligence. You, a fool who had been toyed with for tens of thousands of years, almost your entire life, can actually think about the future of the human race and the demon race? Why don't you save it? The demon emperor wore a strange expression on his face as he said in a low voice, the battle outside is still going on. No matter what, billions of lives will be lost in this war. No matter how many people are killed or how many demons are killed, after a war, be it the demon race or the human race, it's inevitable that they'll suffer a great loss of strength. Even if the demon race can invade the bound of universe, the process of conquest will be a long one. It might even be a never-ending, chaotic mess. The demon emperor's tone gradually turned gloomy as he said with an unconcealable tiredness, if this chaotic mess continues, the outcome of the future will definitely end with the annihilation of one of the parties. The demon race and the human race, with this apocalyptic strategy as the starting point, will never be able to coexist peacefully. Yunyang had to admit this. That was the truth. Once the demon race and the sea race crossed the final barrier that they had erected and brought the power of the demon race into the bound of universe, the two sides would be irreconcilable enemies. They would not be able to coexist and could only end with the complete annihilation of one side. Whether it was the demon race's retreat or the human race's plea for peace, it was unrealistic. The fundamental reason why the two races could not coexist peacefully was very simple. The simplest and most direct way for two races that were originally incompatible to coexist was to intermarry, achieving a state of mutual benefit. Only then could they develop together. As for the demon race and the human race, other than being physically different, they had a feud that was difficult to coexist. There was no possibility of intermarriage at all. Even if the demon race with a high cultivation base could transform into a human, their original form could not be changed. It was difficult to determine whether the legend of fox spirits and carp spirits turning into humans and marrying each other was true in other worlds, but in the bound of universe, it was absolute nonsense. Of course, if you insisted on shedding your demon body after undergoing the 1,000 tribulations refinement to become a real human being, that would be another matter entirely. However, there had never been anyone in the bound of universe who could truly reach such a state. Yunyang had other plans for this. The fox race and the cat race could not tolerate the demon race, and they were already extremely weak. Yunyang had taken them in, allowed them to recuperate, and given them a certain living space. To a large extent, it was because of Yunyang's control over the Nine Supremes Palace and Yunyang's importance to the bound of universe that he could make an exception and allow humans and demons to coexist. When he reached an agreement with Emperor Rock and the others, there were also faint signs of human and demon coexisting. However, this coexistence required two major prerequisites. First, the situation of both sides had to be that the humans were stronger and the demons were weaker. The humans had to take the initiative in the war. Second, it was the ultimate battle between the two races on the Blood-Soul Mountain. If the humans won, they would also severely injure the dragon race and phoenix race so that the two races would no longer have absolute authority over the demon race as a whole. These two aspects were indispensable. Without either of them, it would be impossible to talk about the future. However, in this situation, the ultimate battle on the Blood-Soul Mountain had begun. From the beginning, the humans had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. How could they still have the thought of coexisting peacefully? Also, the demon race's development was too fast. A 2-year-old human couldn't even walk steadily. A 2-year-old demon of the tiger race could already summon the wind and rain. How could they compare? Back then, the existence of the Blood-Soul Mountain was an appropriate solution for the humans, but it wasn't the best one, the Demon Emperor said. If we can make the Blood-Soul Mountain a little taller, a little bigger, and a little sturdier, we can make the demon race or the humans despair completely. Only then can we say that we can live in peace and never have a war. Yunyang chuckled. That's impossible. It's not a good thing for the demon race or the human race if we really lose the pressure. I've long planned for this. If the demon race wins, I'll only be busy with the human race's counterattack. However, if the humans win, there will naturally be a new method. I'm confident that it will be more effective than the Blood-Soul Mountain of the past. The Demon Emperor asked curiously, "May I ask what method it is?" "I'm willing to listen to Supreme Cloud's advice." Then, he reacted quickly and chuckled. "I wanted to provide you with a feasible direction, and this method is the price of a deal for you to help me. I didn't expect Supreme Cloud to already have a solution, then I won't say anything more." He thought about it for a long time and said, "Other than the Divine Ocean Staff, I have nothing else to exchange for." The 5 dragon elders felt an inexplicable sense of sadness when they heard this. The Demon Emperor, the leader of the demon race, could not even come up with the so-called exchange for someone else's help at this critical moment. No wonder he would consider the future of the human race and the demon race. This was the Demon Emperor looking for some last bargaining chip for his pride. It was a pity that his brain was not made for such considerations. Yunyang said seriously, "Your Majesty, please don't worry about the so-called exchange price. Even if we didn't come to any agreement, I still have to kill the Phoenix Emperor. He's not just your Majesty's personal enemy now, but the entire bound of universe's public enemy. As long as there's a way to deal with him, I won't allow him to live." The Demon Emperor chuckled bitterly. "No, you don't understand what I mean. I'm thinking, if I'm the one who entrusted this task to you and I've paid a sufficient price, then, when you kill him, you can treat it as if he died because of my entrustment. My resentment towards this chi has reached its peak. If I don't do anything, I won't be able to die in peace. Even if he's the world's public enemy and not my personal enemy, if he dies in your hands after I entrusted him to me, it'll be different from dying in your hands normally. At least, it'll be different for me." The Demon Emperor's gaze turned melancholic as he stared at the scene in front of him. He murmured, "I don't have much time left." He said as if he was talking in his sleep, "The 5 of you, including the dragon race, if you're willing to avenge me after I'm gone, follow Supreme Cloud. If not, if you're willing to follow the Phoenix Emperor, it's up to you. Thinking back on the past, I've actually forced all of you your entire lives. Now, I don't want to force you anymore. Consider this a little repentance from someone who's about to die." The 5 elders' voices were choked. "Your Majesty," the Demon Emperor smiled faintly and waved his hand to stop them from speaking. He said softly, "It's only now that I'm here that I've suddenly realized that my happiest days were actually those times. No one was willing to be with me. I was the only one who was arrogant but had no ambition. It seemed lonely, but it was true freedom, true self. After those days ended, I was deceived and willingly became a puppet. I've been proud of myself for so many years. Now that I'm about to vanish, I've suddenly realized. In the past, the days when no one deceived you like this were the truly good days, the days when you were happy and comfortable. If someone kept you in the dark, then you'd only be a puppet at the mercy of others, even if you'd achieved unparalleled success and supreme authority. I don't want to go out, I don't want to step on the stairway to heaven anymore. With a wave of his hand, the divine staff of ocean suppression appeared in the demon emperor's hand. He turned sideways and passed it to Yunyang. Without looking at him, he said, "Supreme Cloud, please take care of the Phoenix Emperor. Whether you can do it or not, this is what I've entrusted to you, all of you, leave." The demon emperor smiled in the illusory realm. "I'm leaving as well. I don't need anyone to accompany me on this last journey." Yunyang, the great elder of the dragon clan, and the others could already feel the instability of the illusory realm. It was obvious that the demon emperor's demonic energy was reaching its limit. However, if the demon emperor did not leave, he would definitely vanish along with the illusory realm, becoming one with the world. The 5 elders knelt down at the same time, tears streaming down their cheeks. "Your Majesty, we shall send you off." The demon emperor waved his hand and floated forward, murmuring to himself, "Phoenix Emperor. I'll be waiting for you." As he floated forward, his body dissipated bit by bit. The illusory realm was crumbling and twisting as well. Within moments, half of it had already collapsed. Yunyang and the 5 dragon clan elders felt their vision blur, and for a moment, they were out of the illusory realm. They had returned to the real battlefield once more. Around them, the dragon clan's stairway to heaven was still lined up neatly, obviously waiting for the demon emperor's return. The 5 elders' faces were filled with tears as they cried out in grief, "His Majesty has passed away." Just as they spoke, the entire battlefield seemed to fall silent for a moment. The demon emperor of a generation, the world's strongest expert, had actually died so silently. All the dragon clan and all the demons felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They could not believe what their ears had just heard. In the distance, there was a ripple in the air. The Phoenix Emperor, who had disappeared somewhere, had reappeared on the battlefield. However, his gaze was filled with indescribable complexity. Looking at the tall stairway to heaven and the empty throne, his eyes were glistening as he murmured, "Your Majesty." The black dragon elder turned his head abruptly and looked at the Phoenix Emperor. His eyes were suddenly filled with endless rage as he said coldly, "Your Majesty Phoenix Emperor. Do you know how His Majesty Demon Emperor died?" The Phoenix Emperor's expression was one of shock, while the other 4 elders looked at the Phoenix Emperor with widened eyes. The Phoenix Emperor stood high in the sky, giving off the feeling that he was at a loss and out of his wits. The Phoenix Emperor had never been someone who dared to do things in fear and avoid the truth. No matter what it was, he would face it proactively, face it head-on, and solve it. Facing all difficulties head-on had always been the Phoenix Emperor's creed in life. There was nothing that he could not solve. This was the source of the Phoenix Emperor's absolute confidence. However, when it came to scheming against the Demon Emperor, the Phoenix Emperor had chosen to escape at the first instance. Back then, when the Demon Emperor had arrived on the battlefield and attacked Shengguan Lingxiu, he had expended what little vitality he had, causing him to feel that something was amiss. When he looked at the Phoenix Emperor, seeking an explanation and an answer, the Phoenix Emperor had escaped, which was rare. This was because he had seen the Demon Emperor's gaze then. Other than confusion, there was also panic and fear, as well as a plea for help. He had hoped that his lifelong brother would think of a solution, find the cause, and solve the problem for him. What was going on? The Demon Emperor had been confused and fearful then, but he had still trusted the Phoenix Emperor. If the Phoenix Emperor had still been able to maintain his composure then, returning to the Demon Emperor's side at once and coming up with a few acceptable reasons, such as the backlash from wielding the sea-suppressing divine staff, some forbidden skill cast by the human race, or even the possible existence of the strategy of annihilation that no one knew about. the Demon Emperor would have accepted it all. Even if he still had his doubts, he would have continued to trust the Phoenix Emperor because he was wary of the demon race's power. He would have even entrusted the demon race's affairs to the Phoenix Emperor when he was certain that he would die. Faced with such a gaze, the Phoenix Emperor's first thought was that he could not face it and had a mental breakdown. Therefore, he had chosen to disappear, escaping without a trace. He wanted to avoid that gaze. Then, he had turned invisible in the air, observing the situation where the Demon Emperor's gaze could not reach. Every time the Demon Emperor asked, "Where's the Phoenix Emperor? Where's the Phoenix Emperor? Why isn't the Phoenix Emperor here yet?" He heard every single word. The Demon Emperor's voice, from trust, anticipation, to disappointment, to fear, to anger, to rage, and finally to hatred. The entire process was summed up by the Demon Emperor's clenched teeth. The more it was like this, the more the Phoenix Emperor did not dare to come out and face it. Yes, he had achieved his goal. He now had the foundation of a starry sky expert. As long as he digested these benefits, he would be able to break through the starry sky and travel the world, reaching the realm that he had always dreamed of. This world could no longer restrain him. But the Demon Emperor was dead. He had used the strategy of annihilation to soar into the sky. The Demon Emperor had been reduced to ashes because of the strategy of annihilation. It was a completely different ending, a world of difference. This ending was not surprising at all. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Phoenix Emperor had already thought of it. He had even looked forward to it for a long time and had imagined this scene too many times. But today, he had truly seen the Demon Emperor, who he had used for his entire life but still trusted and close to him, fall under his ultimate goal. The Phoenix Emperor, who should have been prepared, could not help but feel a heart-wrenching pain. Faced with the Black Dragon Great Elder's interrogation, the Phoenix Emperor had nothing to say. Initially, he had too many excuses he could use to shirk his responsibility. With a few words, he could shift all the hatred onto the human race and onto Supreme Cloud. He could even accuse the 5 Dragon Elders of being traitors and colluding with Yun Yang to murder the Demon Emperor. This was a part of the plan, and the Phoenix Emperor had rehearsed it countless times in his heart. As long as he spoke, there would be no loopholes, no loopholes. Other than the 5 elders and a few of the Demon Emperor's loyal followers, the other demons would not doubt him. They would only trust him unconditionally. The Phoenix Emperor had this confidence. However, he could not say anything at this moment. It was easy to deceive others, but difficult to deceive oneself. The hardest person to deceive in this world was himself. Chapter 15-14. The Great Elder of the Black Dragon clan did not see the Phoenix Emperor's response. He took another step forward, his eyes glaring like he was about to devour someone. "Your Majesty, you haven't answered my question. How did His Majesty die?" From this sentence, all the demons present felt that something was wrong. It was extremely unusual. All of their gazes were fixed on the Phoenix Emperor, clearly waiting for her reply. A black aura suddenly appeared on the Phoenix Emperor's face. He raised his head and looked at the 5 elders whose eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He actually regained his usual composure and said indifferently, "For the world extermination policy, for the demon race for all eternity, His Majesty the Demon Emperor sacrificed himself." Could it be that His Majesty didn't explain to you the reason, this indisputable reality? At this point, the Phoenix Emperor did not choose to defend himself with words but spoke the truth in a different way. Although there was a considerable difference between what he said and the actual truth, it was still passable. At least, not a single word was a lie. The Demon Emperor had really died for the world annihilation stratagem. The Black Dragon Elder's eyes were about to split open. "But you hid the key point. You didn't mention the fact that the Demon Emperor would die if the world annihilation stratagem was implemented. This is the indisputable truth. This sentence caused an uproar in the crowd, because this sentence led the nature of the entire matter to another level. The world annihilation stratagem was carried out at the cost of the Demon Emperor's life, the backlash. You knew this, but His Majesty didn't. His Majesty didn't know this key point at all. It was obviously you who plotted against him. It was you. You caused His Majesty's death. At this moment, although the entire battlefield was still in an intense battle, the demon race's offensive power was gradually decreasing. The pressure on the humans was greatly reduced. The reason was not only because of the Black Dragon Elder's words. The main reason was that the powerhouses of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan had withdrawn from the battle almost en masse. As the saint powerhouses of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan withdrew from the battle, the demi-saints, saint lords, and supreme lords of the two clans began to move, gathering together. This way, the combat power of the two clans could not be seen on the battlefield. Naturally, the pressure on the humans was reduced. However, the top combat power of the humans, such as Ji Lingxi, Dongfang Haoran, and the other sovereigns, had also been reduced in attack. It was Yun Yang who had warned the demon race of a new wave of internal strife at once. He did not want to provoke the demon race at this time and have them share a common enemy. It would be fine as long as the war remained stable. They must not cause any unnecessary trouble and retaliate. Dongfang Haoran and the others were sly and cunning. They knew what he was trying. Even though they did not know the details, they were. Dongfang Haoran and the Demon Clan. They, Dragon, Clan, Phoenix Clan, Clan, Dragon, and Clan, Yun, Dragon, and Clan, Yun, and Clan. At this moment, the Dragon tribe and the Phoenix tribe seemed to be in a stalemate. Moreover, after the Black Dragon Elder's words, the atmosphere between the two tribes became more and more subtle, and they were gradually showing signs of being at each other's throats. The Phoenix Emperor killed the Dragon Emperor? The accusation would have been ridiculous and laughable if it had been any other day. Who did not know that the Phoenix Emperor was the Dragon Emperor's best brother? To put it bluntly, in the hearts of the demon experts, even if the Dragon Queen had betrayed the Dragon Emperor and brought him that thing, it couldn't be the Phoenix Emperor who had betrayed the Dragon Emperor. What happened to the promise of being good brothers for life? However, the Demon Emperor's death was an established fact. The news of his death was spread by the 5 elders of the dragon race, so it could not be false. Elder Black Dragon had even questioned the Phoenix Emperor, and the fact that the Phoenix Emperor did not refute it was almost as if he had admitted it. The dragon race and the Phoenix race were doubtful and cautious. If His Majesty really killed the Dragon Emperor, the dragon race will definitely seek revenge. We, the Phoenix race, the other races may be afraid of this so-called strongest race of the demon race, but that does not include us, the Phoenix race. There was only one word for it. The Sea race, who had witnessed the dramatic turn of events with their own eyes, including the Emperor of the Sea, felt that they had been F***ked. The Sea race was F***ked. They did not know what had happened, but they could see the demon race experts retreating from the battlefield and gathering in a certain direction. Brothers, look at the situation now. We are still fighting, okay? We are still dying, okay? Tens of thousands of lives are being lost every blink of an eye, okay? But our allies, the most elite forces, have retreated and are facing each other somewhere. What the F***ck is going on? In the beginning, the demon race's combat power was not as expected. The tiger race, leopard race, rock race, and the crane race did not have any combat power to fight. The Emperor of the Sea race and the other higher-ups were very dissatisfied. In such a big battle, your strong races did not come out? You actually hid your main forces? Are you treating us as cannon fodder? But at least there were the elites of the dragon race and Phoenix race to hold the fort. Together with the combat power of the other races, the overall strength of the demon race was still considerable. In addition, the Blood Soul Mountain's boundless power collapsed in an instant, and the demon race joined forces with the sea race to suppress the human race. Even when the Xian beasts joined the battle and launched a series of self-destructive attacks, they only managed to suppress the human race's momentum. So the Emperor of the Sea race turned a blind eye and did not pursue the matter. The self-destructive attacks of the Xian beasts could only last for a while. No matter how much Tian Fa and the Saint beasts were willing to sacrifice themselves, they could not keep sacrificing themselves. As long as the battle continued, they would naturally be able to wear down Tian Fa and the human race's combat power. But after that, as the Demon Emperor and the second batch of the demon race's main forces arrived, the advantage of the battle did not increase. Instead, it took a turn for the worse. First, the so-called strongest Demon Emperor was defeated by a little girl, and then he retreated from the battlefield. The Emperor of the Sea race felt that something was wrong. Are you King going easy on us? Especially when the Demon Emperor was not the only one retreating. He also brought many of the dragon race's top forces with him. At first glance, one would think that the dragon race was preparing a big move. But in the end, it was really just a decoration. As the dragon race's top forces retreated, the phoenix race also retreated. Then the situation became awkward. The sea race actually became the main force against the human race and the Xian beasts. If not for the fact that the Xian beasts had stopped their self-destructive attacks, the sea race would have suffered heavy casualties. But what the hell was this? Even so, the sea race's casualties still exceeded the total of the previous battles. In fact, it was even calculated in multiples. It was not easy for the 5 elders who followed the Demon Emperor to reappear. They thought that they could finally restart the battle. But who would have thought that even though they reappeared, they still did not join the battle? Could the battle still continue? The sea race's higher-ups roared in their hearts. Your dragon and phoenix race are not joining the battle, and are even in a standoff. All the experts above the Saint Monarch realm are on your side, and the spearhead is pointed at the Phoenix Emperor. What the hell is this? Right now, there was only a large group of demon race trash left on the battlefield, following the sea race's army to deal with the human race's Tian Fa and Saint Beasts. This was 2F** King wrong. Originally, the sea race's role in attacking the Xian Huang race was only to support. This was written in the alliance. It was agreed upon. In fact, when they first entered, the sea race's role was indeed only to support. But now, why did the sea race become the main force of the battle? And the absolute main force? On the side where the dragon and phoenix race were in a standoff, it should not be called the dragon and phoenix race, but the demon race. On the side of the demon race, countless experts were squeezed together, all of them standing tall and straight, not moving at all. F***CK. The Ocean Emperor cursed angrily. Are you here to attack the Blood Soul Mountain, or are you here to F***King stand as punishment? The Ocean Emperor could not help but be furious. The battle on the Blood Soul Mountain was unprecedentedly tragic. Ever since Tian Fa and the Saint Beasts entered the battle, the number of casualties on their side had been increasing exponentially. Even with the huge numbers of the sea race, they were about to be beaten to a pulp. From the start of this battle, the Turtle Prime Minister of the sea race, the top combat power of the sea race, had died, giving them a strategic advantage. And the Ocean Emperor had not recovered from his heavy injuries, and there were still the side effects of using the forbidden technique. Right now, he only had 40 to 50% of his strength left. The Shark King, Whale King, Sea Snake King, Eel King, Squid King, all of them had the cultivation of a saint, but most of them were only at the beginning stage. In this battlefield, they were not very useful. Even if the sea race still had the upper hand in terms of overall numbers, and even maintained an overwhelming advantage in terms of overall combat power, if their top combat power was not enough, they would only be defeated. After all, in this kind of ultimate battlefield where it was either you die or I die, the top combat power was the key to turning the tide of the battle. On the human side, the four rulers were full of vigor. Any one of them was comparable to the Ocean Emperor in terms of combat power. And after the Ocean Emperor was injured, he was no longer a match for them. In other words, the four rulers were invincible on the battlefield. Wherever they went, they destroyed a whole bunch of enemies. Other than the four rulers, there were also two extremely terrifying female fiends. Not only was he wearing a strange treasured robe that was impervious to all weapons, but he was also holding a terrifying divine weapon that could destroy anything that was touched or grazed by it. It was not easy for them to create an opportunity to attack with their heavy hands, and they even had a protective divine light on their bodies. They were able to directly cause the attack to at least cause serious injuries. How could they fight against such existences? How could they fight against them? There was no solution. And on the human side, there were not only these few. There were also other saint-level and semi-saint experts from the three heavenly palaces. Now that the top combat power of the dragon race and the phoenix race had withdrawn from the battlefield, a very strange situation appeared. In the overall battle situation, the human side was still at a disadvantage, struggling to hold on. They were bathed in blood and fighting hard, and the battle line was in danger. However, in the local battles, the human side had the upper hand in the fight between the higher-ups. Other than entangling the higher-ups of the other side, making it difficult for them to do anything, they would occasionally send out a few waves of people to provide support from all directions. Wherever these people went, the sea folk were like rice fields that had been neatly cut down by a sickle, falling down in patches. They rushed over and killed their way over, reducing the pressure on the human side. Then, they would rush back and kill their way back. Under such crazy consumption, the sea tribe's tide-like attacks were finally stopped. Especially the sea tribe who had rushed to the front to fight with the human side. They died wave after wave. This was because when the seawater came in, there was not much water stored in it. The deepest part was only a few 100 feet deep. When a sage flew over, just the pressure alone was enough to kill all the low-level sea tribe members in the seawater. But as the seawater accumulated and became deeper, the situation of the human experts became more and more disadvantageous. Countless human experts fought in the sky for a long time. Naturally, they were unable to do what they wanted. At a certain time, they had to land to breathe. But at this time, without the help of others, they could only land on the surface of the sea and use the buoyancy of the seawater to breathe. But it was often at this moment that their waist and legs would be entangled by sea snakes and cuttlefish. If they wanted to escape, they had to deal with these first. It was hard, dangerous, and extremely dangerous. This was a defense line that spanned tens of thousands of miles. They also had to leave a few sages to guard the mountain to prevent the sea tribe from destroying the mountain. And these few sages who were guarding the mountain could not be moved. As a result, the pressure on the human side increased. If it was not for the fox queen and cat concubine leading dozens of strong experts to join the battle in time, the situation might have been worse. But the overall advantage of the situation could not relieve the depression in the Ocean Emperor's heart. The most direct feeling he had right now was that he had been framed. He had been set up by the demon clan. They tricked him into coming out in full force. Now, I have suffered heavy casualties here, but you guys are just watching from the side. Is it fun? The Ocean Emperor could not take it anymore. With blood all over his body, he rushed into the sky and roared, "Demon King! What are you doing? Why are you not joining the battle?" The Ocean Emperor was furious. "Demon King! Long Yutian! Come out and answer me." At this time, Dongfang Haoran and Ji Lingxi attacked from the left and right. Although Yun Yang had told them to not excessively provoke the other party with their superior combat power and to focus on stabilizing the overall situation, times had changed. The dragon race and the phoenix race were already in a stalemate, and they were now targeting the Sea clan. Now, the advantage of this war had gradually shifted to the Sea clan. If they could defeat Neptune, it would be a further blow to the other party's morale, giving them an additional chance of survival in this perilous situation. This was a matter of stance. It did not matter if they were taking advantage of the other party's precarious situation or not. Dongfang Haran sneered and said, "Ocean Emperor, what are you yelling for? Are you really stupid? Or are you blind? Can't you see that the demon race has already given up on the battle? This war between humans and demons is just a ploy. The ultimate goal is to destroy the Sea tribe, to kill all of you in one fell swoop and eliminate the threat of the sea once and for all." The Ocean Emperor tried his best to defend, sweat and blood flying everywhere. He roared again, "Long Yutian! Your Majesty Demon King! What the F***ck are you all doing?" He used up all the chi in his dantian and roared again, "Phoenix Emperor! Phoenix Emperor! What are you all doing?" He saw the Phoenix Emperor from afar, so he shouted out. He hoped to get a response. If he did not get one, even if he did not suspect anything, his confidence in winning this battle would inevitably be shaken. In the distance, the Phoenix Emperor's bright yellow figure stood majestically in the air, as if facing a large group of dragon and phoenix race. What was going on? Now that the battle was dangerous, what could not be discussed after the battle? Could they not care about the severity of the situation? The Phoenix Emperor did not even turn his head towards the Ocean Emperor's angry roar, turning a deaf ear to it. In fact, it was not only the Phoenix Emperor. All the demon race that had retreated from the battle, whether it was the dragon race or the phoenix race, so many demon race saints gathered together, did not even turn their heads, completely ignoring it. F***ck, ignoring me? I roared so loudly, even if they were hundreds of miles away, they should be able to hear me. From such a short distance, if it reached your ears, it would at least be like thunder, but it's like you can't hear me. Actually ignoring me? Not even turning his head? F***ck. You did it on purpose, you definitely did it on purpose. The Sea Emperor immediately felt like he could collapse at any time. He was extremely angry, as if he had been fooled. Was this a trap? This was a trap. F***ck, come on. Let's take a break today. The medical report is out. After reading it, I almost wanted to do nothing. Not a single one of them was normal. There were a few that needed to be reviewed. What follicular multiple cysts, what swollen lymph nodes, what triglycerides, what blood sugar, what lipids, what fatty liver. In comparison, the lumbar disc herniation, strain, and cervical vertebrae that I had been fighting all these years were insignificant. The doctor had clearly instructed me to review all of these. Also, I had to find a big hospital for a review. I was devastated, really. I even asked my wife if she could smell the stench on me. Chapter 15:15. The Sea King had broken down. I'm going to die because of you. Playing with me? Demon race, if all of you don't give me an explanation today, I'll teach you a lesson. The Sea King, who was clamoring, almost wanted to cry internally. He watched as his loyal guards stood in front of him one by one. In order to protect him, they were brutally slaughtered. Batches of them rushed forward and died. Countless corpses littered the ground. Yet, they still charged forward without regret and were killed just to reduce some of the pressure on him. As the ruler of the Sea clan, how could he not be moved? How could he not be grief-stricken? It was not that the Shark King, Whale King, and the rest of the Sea clansmen did not want to come to his rescue. Each of them fought with their lives, wanting to charge over, but they were blocked by Shengguan Lingxiu, Python Jiu, and Beigong Liuli. Shengguan Lingxiu, in particular, blocked the Sea clansman by herself. In the end, the Sea King was almost fighting on the Sea Clansmen's corpses. Countless Sea Clansmen's corpses piled up into a small hill around him. Pity the good men of the Sea Clan. The Sea King howled, his eyes wide. Demon Emperor, Phoenix Emperor. You must give me an explanation today. Where are your demon experts? Are they all dead? Demon Emperor, Phoenix Emperor, you are all shameless. The Sea King, who was getting more and more difficult to deal with, was almost going to show his true colors. However, the Sea Emperor did not know that the Demon Emperor could no longer hear him. If he wanted the Demon Emperor to give him an explanation, the Sea Emperor would have to go to the Void World to search for it. Of course, that was under the premise that he could find it. As for the Phoenix Emperor, he was fighting with the saints of the demon race and the demon experts who were gathered together. How could he have the time or interest to bother with the Sea King? Sea King, what was that? Why would he have the time to bother with him? The Black Dragon Elder was recounting the Demon Emperor's death with tears streaming down his face. How he had been used by the Phoenix Emperor all his life, how he had been toyed with and schemed against by the Phoenix Emperor, how he had carried out the apocalyptic strategy to wipe out the parts that were detrimental to the Demon Emperor, causing the Demon Emperor to suffer the most extreme backlash of the apocalyptic strategy and die. A lifetime of tragedy, a lifetime of manipulation, a lifetime of loyalty, yet he had been schemed against. One had to admit that the Black Dragon Grand Elder was quite eloquent. This accusation was full of emotion, and tears streamed down his aged face. Even Yun Yang, who was listening from the side, felt that the demonic emperor's life was unusually righteous. Whenever it was the demonic emperor's fault, no matter the reason, whether it was related to the Phoenix Emperor or not, it was all pinned on the Phoenix Emperor's head, especially the part where the Dragon Emperor was used by the Phoenix Emperor. The demonic emperor had been described in detail and embellished, making it even more bizarre than the truth. It was obvious that the Phoenix Emperor was extremely vicious and despicable. Throughout the entire process, the Phoenix Empress remained silent as she listened. She didn't say a single word in rebuttal. His figure stood there like a mountain, but there was an indescribable desolation in his back view. In terms of eloquence and in terms of controlling people's hearts, the Black Dragon Elder was at most not bad. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Emperor was an expert in this field. At the very least, he was a great grandmaster. He had too many ways to make the Black Dragon Elder shut up. He also had enough charm in his words to rewrite the current situation and divert the topic. Furthermore, he had absolute martial power to stop everything before him. However, he still didn't move. He just watched as the Black Dragon Elder spoke, allowing the situation to develop in a direction that was most disadvantageous to him. There was an inexplicable sense of distance in his expression. In the beginning, he was really like this. For his own desires, he would do anything to achieve them. What couldn't he make use of in this world? What couldn't he make use of? What couldn't he be of help to him? He had calculated everything in the world. The Demon Emperor and Long Yutian were only pawns. They were all within his control. That was all. But, when did it start to change? Had he really started to treat the Demon Emperor as a brother, as a friend? Had he not been scheming against him, using whatever he could, leading him to a dead end, pushing him towards it with all his might? Then why could he be so open with his heart and talk about everything? The Demon Emperor's carefree and unguarded laughter when he drank, seemed to appear before his eyes again. On one hand, he was secretly delighted as he was one step closer to his goal. On the other hand, his heart was filled with guilt and pain, and he wanted to stop his plan. When did all these start? Wouldn't it be better if I had always been selfish, cold and heartless? Why did I have to have such weird feelings, making my state of mind unstable and filled with distracting thoughts? The Demon Emperor was not a good emperor at all. He was not even a good friend, let alone a good brother. He had too many weaknesses. If he did not have ulterior motives, no one would be able to tolerate him. Not a single one. He was obviously just a trash. Why would I be upset and even waver because of him? Could it be that the Demon Emperor had moved me? The Demon Emperor had a strong personality and had many weaknesses. He was also temperamental, which resulted in him having very few friends. It was almost impossible for him to make friends. But those whom he recognized as friends, he would treat them wholeheartedly, without any distracting thoughts. Although in some dangerous situations, the Demon Emperor would choose his brothers and friends to protect them, but it could not be denied that he would treat those friends with sincerity. In other words, he was an extremely conflicted emperor. Now, he was no longer here. The target that I had schemed against for tens of thousands of years, was finally gone. She was gone forever. The black dragon in front of him was still pointing at him and barking, but the Phoenix Emperor did not care about what he was saying. At this moment, his thoughts were far away, and he had already floated beyond the clouds. You hate me now, right? Otherwise, you would not have told me so clearly what you had comprehended before you died. What the Black Dragon Elder did was probably your last wish. All right then, you hate me so much, I will do one last thing for you. Let your death no longer be a secret. Let your hatred spread throughout the world. So that you won't die without knowing the reason behind it. Want to announce it? Then announce it. They could say whatever they wanted, the Phoenix Emperor pondered in a daze. But I will not die, Long Yutian. I will only soar above the clouds and find the ancient tribes. I will become a true expert of the universe. That's the biggest dream I've ever had in this life. I will completely forget you in the long baptism of time. When I look back on the past and think of you occasionally, I can only smile faintly. At that time, I would have already reached a whole new realm. Adieu, my friend, my brother. I am sorry. Many experts of the Phoenix race gradually could not hold it in and became restless. In their opinion, the Demon Emperor was dead, so be it. Now that the demon race and humans were at war, the demon race needed a powerful emperor to hold the fort. And the emperor who would take over the demon race could only be the Phoenix Emperor. There was no doubt about it. In the entire demon race, who could convince the masses more than the Phoenix Emperor, and be more suitable to be the Demon Emperor? What does the dragon race mean by saying this? Even if we use our butts to think, we can figure it out. Is it because the Demon Emperor is dead, but you still want to hold on to the title of the Orthodox demon race? Because you are afraid that our Wind Emperor will seize power, you want to discredit our Phoenix Emperor first? Nonsense. An elder of the Phoenix clan finally couldn't help but speak. Who doesn't know that the Demon Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor have been very close for tens of thousands of years? Everyone in the world can plot against the Demon Emperor, but the Phoenix Emperor of our clan won't. This is the common understanding of the entire demon clan. Black Dragon, what are you trying to do by making irresponsible remarks like this? The Black Dragon Grand Elder's eyes were red, and he was enraged. His Majesty has passed away, and many of our brothers are beside him. Is this something that I can fabricate just by opening my mouth? The other 4 elders of the dragon race stepped forward to testify, proving that what the Black Dragon Grand Elder said was true and true. But even with the 5 elders of the dragon race as witnesses, the Demon Emperor did not say it himself. To pin the Phoenix Emperor to death, the crime of a Demon Emperor was still not enough. For a moment, the confrontation between the dragon race and the Phoenix race became more and more obvious. They glared at each other, ready to fight at any moment. Vaguely, the murderous aura was so strong that it almost condensed. The Black Dragon Grand Elder suddenly hollered angrily, "Your Majesty the Phoenix Emperor. Why haven't you made a sound? If you're a man, make a sound. You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it?" The holler was like a bolt from the blue, jolting the Phoenix Emperor who had fallen into a daze. He raised his head indifferently and scanned the crowd of demons in front of him, saying faintly, "I did it, that's how it is." "So what?" His voice was very calm, but the meaning behind his words was like a bomb thrown into the crowd. It was earth-shattering, and its lethality was off the charts. At that moment, the experts of the dragon race were dumbfounded. The combat power of the phoenix race was also dumbfounded. Everyone present, including Yun Yang, was stunned by the Phoenix Emperor's words. No one had expected that the Phoenix Emperor would actually admit it so straightforwardly. Whether it was Yun Yang or the 5 elders of the dragon race led by the Black Dragon Grand Elder, they had long prepared themselves for the Phoenix Emperor's rebuttal. They had all sorts of reasons to explain and how to pin the Phoenix Emperor's crime of murdering the Demon Emperor. They did not expect the Phoenix Emperor to admit it, without hesitation. In the next moment, however, the rage of the rest of the dragon race reached its peak, erupting like a volcano. They could bear the death of their emperor, be it in battle, from illness, or even from seeking his own death. Who was immune to death? Even the invincible cultivators had a limit to their lifespan. There was still an end to their lives, and accidents like this were inevitable. However, they could not bear the fact that their emperor had died in such an aggrieved and muddle-headed manner. He had died of betrayal. He had died of exploitation. He had died of a scheme tens of thousands of years ago. This was a scheme that surpassed the demon emperor. Thinking about how their emperor had been manipulated and played by a certain schemer for his entire life, the experts of the dragon race, without exception, were so upset that they wanted to cry. What a tragedy this was. In particular, the schemer was the person whom His Majesty the Dragon Emperor trusted the most. How could they endure this? This was a scheme that had been carried out until the very end. The Black Dragon Grand Elder's eyes were bloodshot. Of course, the 5 elders of the dragon race had their own selfish motives for revealing this matter in public. This selfishness was the rightful ownership of the demon race. Revenge was a must, of course, but their combat power was obviously insufficient now. They could not kill the Phoenix Emperor at once. Chapter 15-16. Of course, they had to take revenge, but their combat power was obviously insufficient. They could not kill the Phoenix Emperor at once. They needed to knock the Phoenix Emperor off his pedestal so that he would no longer be qualified to inherit the position of Demon Emperor. Now that the matter of the demonic sovereign being plotted against had been exposed, the few elders didn't expect the Phoenix Sovereign to admit it. As long as he was a suspect, it would be fine. Then, the Phoenix Sovereign would lose the right to inherit the position of demonic sovereign. After all, he was a suspect, and it was necessary to avoid arousing suspicion. Then there would be a lot of room to maneuver in the future. The dragon race would occupy the rightful position and support the demon emperor's son to ascend the throne. It could be said that it was logical and logical. As long as the position remained, even if the demon race were to split up, the dragon race would still be high above all the other demon race. When they were powerful enough, they could summon all the demons in the world and bring up the matter again to attack the Phoenix Emperor. It was a pity that the plan of the 5 great elders of the dragon clan was completely useless. The Phoenix Emperor had admitted to plotting against the demon emperor. This admission made the 5 great elders of the dragon clan a little confused, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a furious voice hollered, "Our emperor's spirit is not far away. Watch us avenge our emperor. Eradicate the traitor Phoenix Emperor and cleanse the reputation of the demon clan." Then, a dragon clan expert flew into the air and rushed towards the Phoenix Emperor. The Phoenix Emperor's gaze froze. Catching sight of Yun Yang, who was swiftly disappearing into the crowd, he bellowed angrily, "Supreme Cloud." He reacted quickly and stretched out his hand to catch the Holy Venerable of the Dragon Clan. However, the moment his hand touched the Holy Venerable of the Dragon Clan, the Holy Venerable's body exploded, and he died on the spot. At least to the demons present, the Phoenix Emperor had blown up the attacker with a single punch. There was no doubt about it. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and brains were smeared all over the ground. The eyes of all the dragon clan who saw this scene turned red. This was intolerable. If they continued to tolerate it, the dragon clan would no longer have a place in the demon clan. The great elder of the white dragon clan was the most hot-tempered among the 5 great elders of the dragon clan. He had not spoken much before, not because he was reticent, but because he had been suppressing his anger. Now that both sides had fallen out, he could no longer tolerate it. He hollered, "Phoenix Emperor! How dare you act violently in front of me?" Without any explanation, he charged forward. With his charge, the other dragons were already eager to take action. Now that someone had taken the lead, they naturally rushed forward together. The experts of the Phoenix clan had already made up their minds: if you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. The dragon clan was arrogant and stubborn, and they were unreasonable. This was especially true for the dragon emperor. All these years, the demon clan had been in trouble, and the other clans had no one to complain to. They could only bear it in silence. So what if our emperor messed with Long Yutian and played him? You can only blame your emperor for being too stupid. What does that have to do with us? Moreover, we, the elites of the Phoenix clan, are here. How can we watch our emperor be punished by you? What a joke! It was the biggest joke in the world. Just now, when you old things pointed at my nose and scolded the emperor, I already wanted to kill you. Now, your dragon race actually rushed over. Did they really think that they were still in the position of Long Yutian? Obviously, at this moment, the entire Phoenix clan had tacitly approved of the Phoenix Emperor's actions. Their support for the Phoenix Emperor didn't decrease at all. Instead, it increased. Do you think that the Phoenix clan doesn't have any manpower? The Grand Elder of the Phoenix clan shouted angrily, "How dare they disobey their superiors and offend our emperor? Kill them!" Before he finished speaking, he took the lead and charged forward. If he didn't show his loyalty now, when would he? As long as the battle started and ended, who would know what their emperor had done? As long as they killed all of them, who would be able to explain the whole story? Didn't they know that history was always written by the victors? All of this happened too suddenly. Although the Phoenix Empress wanted to stop them, it was already too late. The elites of the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan had already charged towards one another without any regard for their own safety. It was just a single collision, but a torrential wave of blood was created. They were even more vicious and desperate than when they fought the humans previously. The reason was actually very simple and crude. Although the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan had worked together for many years and knew each other well, the more it was like this, the more blurred the difference between them became. The Dragon Clan claimed to be the Orthodox Demon Clan and the Supreme Demon Clan. However, the Phoenix Clan had never been willing to fall behind. Our Phoenix Emperor and your Dragon Emperor are on equal footing. Your Dragon Emperor still listens to our Phoenix Emperor and has never disobeyed. Why are you the Orthodox Demon Clan and we are the side branches? The two clans were the two most powerful races in the Demon Clan. They didn't like each other and were unwilling to submit to each other. Looking at the history of the Demon Clan for hundreds of thousands of years, many members of the Dragon Clan looked down on the aloof members of the Phoenix Clan. Many members of the Phoenix Clan also looked down on the arrogant members of the Dragon Clan. It was just that they kept their weaknesses in their hearts and rarely said it out loud. This was the last time they shed all pretense of cordiality. Now, they officially shed all pretense of cordiality. You harmed our emperor. You wanted to harm our emperor. In this battle, the elites of the two clans displayed their full strength and killed each other. Instantly, blood flowed like a river. The Great Sage-level Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan lost more than 10 Great Sage-level Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan instantly. And this was just the beginning. The situation of the battle spread rapidly, and the number of casualties increased rapidly. The Dragon Clan risked their lives, while the Phoenix Clan risked their lives. The two clans suddenly broke out into an extreme battle. The situation of the battle was unprecedented. The surrounding Sea Clan and other demon clans were dumbfounded and at a loss. I just want to ask what is going on. In the great battle that determined the survival of the entire demon clan, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan were watching the show from the sidelines. If you insist that you want to preserve your strength and make preparations for the future, or even if you want to be more sinister, you want the Sea Clan to die so that they can grow stronger in the future, I can understand that. But now, you are fighting each other, and it is such an intense and extreme civil war. Are all of you crazy? Couldn't they have some organizational discipline? Couldn't they have some sense of honor for the race? Then, listen to what the two clans are shouting: avenge the Demon Emperor. Kill the evil Phoenix Clan and return the Demon Clan to glory. Avenge the Phoenix Clan. Kill these shameless dragons and return peace to the Demon Clan. The Dragon Clan was filled with grief and indignation. The Phoenix Clan was filled with murderous intent. The Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan were not clashing and soaring into the sky. Instead, they clashed and collided in the sky. They were obviously summoning their clansmen to fight. There were enemies here that needed to be dealt with and exterminated more than humans. On the battlefield, the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan warriors who were still supporting each other were suddenly at a loss. Because of the summoning of their clansmen, they flew back together in a silly manner. Then, they realized that their comrades' clansmen were fighting to the death with their own clansmen. What kind of feeling was this? After joining the battle, in an instant, their mortal enemy was actually the comrade that they had entrusted their lives to just now. Countless Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan warriors who returned to support broke down. Are they playing with us? There were also countless experts of the Demon Clan, who were all dumbfounded and at a loss. What is going on? Why are the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan fighting? And it is a summoning from the top of the two clans. This is an extreme battle, a sign that they will not stop until one of them is dead. This is a battlefield between the Demon Clan and humans. Why are our own Demon Clan fighting with each other? I don't know. What should we do? I don't know. More and more masters of the Monster Clan stopped fighting, staring blankly at the dragons and phoenixes, who had risen from the ground to the sky. More and more dragons and phoenixes joined the battle, and the entire sky had become a battlefield for these two clans. In fact, the two races even felt that the sky battlefield wasn't big enough, so they flew a few hundred meters higher, expanding the battlefield even more. For a moment, the sky was filled with roars, screams, and groans. Dragon scales and phoenix feathers, which were rarely seen, fell from the sky like snowflakes. Dragon essence and phoenix blood sprayed everywhere. The bodies of the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan kept falling, smashing into the water surface and splashing water everywhere. The legendary delicacies, such as dragon liver and phoenix gall, were within their reach today, easily obtainable. Far away, the Sea Clan's higher-ups watched the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan fight in a daze. Their mouths were wide open, and even their gazes were blank. We did ask you to join the battle, but the battle is against the humans, not each other. You're fighting amongst yourselves, and you're fighting so fiercely and excitedly. What are you trying to do? In a moment of carelessness, the Sea King was struck 3 times by Dongfang Haoran. As he lost his footing, he was slashed by Ji Lingxi's sword. With a grunt, he turned to run, but the moment he did so, his focus on fighting the enemy was interrupted because he saw the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan fighting each other. For a moment, he forgot to turn his neck back. His eyes were wide open, and his body was stiff. With a howl, he twisted his neck. Still, he looked over in disbelief, watching the extreme battle in the sky. His eyes were filled with despair and disbelief. Disbelief, disbelief, and disbelief crumbled. There was only one thought in the Sea King's mind, King Hell, I've really been played to death by them this time. The good situation has turned into a fleeting cloud. After a full 2 breaths, the Sea King finally came back to his senses. His actions became even stranger. Ignoring everything else, he endured Dongfang Haoren and Ji Lingxi's attacks and flew over as if his life depended on it. Bang, 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 fresh blood flowed from the Sea King's body. The injuries he suffered from these few moves were more severe than all of his previous injuries combined. However, he could no longer care about that. He flew into the air, gathered a mouthful of primordial qi, and roared with all his might, "Stop!" The Sea King was utterly speechless and helpless. I said I wouldn't come, but you guys invited me over and over again, forcing me to come. Now, you've dragged me here to fight, but when I got here, not only are you guys not participating in the battle, but you're also fighting amongst yourselves. I'm King being beaten up, and I have to stop you guys from fighting at the same time. I was dragged here by you guys to stop the fight, wasn't I? Yes? This must be true, right? Chapter 15-17. However, the Sea Emperor thought that he had already compromised to an unimaginable degree. The Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan turned a deaf ear to the Sea Emperor's desperate cry. They were still fighting, and none of them turned around to look at him. Are you qualified to stop a fight? Why are you stopping a fight at a time like this? Don't you know that we will not rest until one of us dies? That we must fight to the end today? The Sea Emperor sucked in a deep breath. Like a bolt of lightning, he let out a heart-wrenching roar, "Demon Sovereign! Phoenix Sovereign! What the CK are you two doing?" Hot tears welled up in the Sea Emperor's eyes. I finally understand. You two clans laid out the world annihilation strategy and blew up the Blood Soul Mountain, but you didn't want to attack the bound of universe. You think the demon plane is too small for you to fight. You blew up the Blood Soul Mountain to open up a battlefield for you to fight to the death. You were afraid that you didn't embarrass yourself enough at the demon clan, so you purposely chose this battlefield to do it, to show all the living beings in this world. You must have done it on purpose. You gathered all the living beings of the human, marine, demon, and mystical beasts together, and then you fought amongst yourselves. The Sea Emperor let out a thunderous roar, "You bastards!" Before his voice echoed in the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Sea Emperor fell on his back. With his cultivation base, even if the pinnacle saints of the entire continent could suppress him, he would not be in such a miserable state even if they fought for a few more days and nights. Dongfang Haoren and Ji Lingxi had undoubtedly dealt him a series of heavy blows, but as a top-notch saint, the Sea Emperor had recovered in the blink of an eye. Now, however, the Sea Emperor vomited blood that flowed in reverse. He was not beaten up. He was enraged. He fainted from anger. He could even hear the sound of his liver exploding from anger. Since the beginning of time, he had never heard of such a thing. They had paid such a heavy price in exchange for the execution of the world annihilation plan. Then, they had successfully opened the realm protection gate of the humans. Just when they were about to press on with their victory, all they needed was a little more effort and they would be able to charge in. It was clear that the humans could no longer hold on. But at this most critical, most delicate moment, the two of you clans rebelled against each other. Moreover, the battle was incomparably fierce and unprecedented. Everyone gritted their teeth. All of them had deep hatred and bitterness. The Ocean Emperor felt that the fact that his heart and inner core hadn't exploded on the spot was already because of his great self-restraint and magnanimity. You can fight whenever you want. Why did they have to fight now? Even if you don't drag our sea race along, you can fight on your own, that's fine. But now, you're fighting to your heart's content, but our sea race is dying one after another, especially over there. There were millions and millions of deaths over there, huh? How could there be a million deaths? There weren't any before. The Sea Emperor focused his eyes and saw a purple figure flying back and forth above the sea. Wherever it passed, people and horses were thrown off their feet. The seawater along the way instantly turned red. Neptune cried out involuntarily, "Supreme Cloud!" Even more hatred filled his heart. He hadn't seen Supreme Cloud, the bound of universe's highest combat power, in the previous battle. He thought that the demon race had him restrained, but now you're starting to act violently. You're fighting amongst yourselves, but you should have kept Supreme Cloud occupied. Why did you release him? The Whale King didn't care about the price he had to pay. Finally, he arrived in front of the Sea Emperor. His face was covered in blood, and his nose had been punctured with dozens of holes. Panting heavily, he asked, "Your Majesty, what do we do? What do we do?" The Sea Emperor was at a loss. He turned to look around, speechless. F***CK. Your father also wants to ask, what do we do now? But who can I ask? Your father doesn't know. Yun Yang, the culprit who ignited the war between the dragon and phoenix races, had naturally retreated as soon as he could after plotting against the phoenix sovereign and igniting the war between the two races. Even when the dragon and phoenix races' combat power had retreated from the battlefield, the human race was still in a state of emergency. Tian Fa's sacred beasts were still self-destructing in batches. Why would Yun Yang waste time here? Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move. The conflict had already been formed. How could it be resolved so easily? However, the dragon race obviously had other plans. They did not plan to seek revenge immediately. How could they? Yun Yang was displeased. What place did they place the Demon Emperor? Driven by such righteous indignation, how could Yun Yang watch from the sidelines? They actually wanted to suppress the matter and stabilize the situation first. They even wanted to take the opportunity to gain some benefits and gain a foothold. How could Yun Yang allow them to fight? Not fight? No way. Let me help you all. Let's start the civil war. Therefore, Yun Yang tossed a dragon race expert who was right beside him out and restrained him. As expected, the effect was great. The two races erupted immediately. It was good that they had erupted. Now that the war between the two races was in full swing, Yun Yang had retreated successfully, turning into the wind and clouds and leaving. Even the Phoenix Sovereign, who had noticed Yun Yang's little trick, could not help but sigh helplessly. Yun Yang, who had left the battle between the dragon race and the phoenix race, unleashed the ultimate aura of a top-notch saint at once. He crushed his way through the air, targeting the sea race. The divine edge in his hand turned into a 1,000-foot-long saber as he swung it. Any sea race or demon race that encountered him turned into dead souls under the saber without a shred of resistance. With Yun Yang's current cultivation base that was half a step away from the star realm and still improving by leaps and bounds, no cultivator below the saint realm could stand a chance against him. He steeled his heart and charged forward, sticking close to the front line of the battlefield. Wherever he passed, he was merciless. All the demon race and sea race were annihilated, leaving the mountains of corpses and seas of blood behind him. Countless strangely shaped heads flew up as he flew past, forming a row in the air. It was a spectacular sight. Many of the human experts were still fighting with the enemy just a moment ago, flustered and in a precarious situation. However, in the blink of an eye, the enemies around them had perished somehow. Looking around, the nearest enemy was already tens of thousands of feet away. Their surroundings were filled with floating corpses. Still at a loss, he panted and looked around, only to see that his comrades around him had the same expression as him. Many of them even couldn't balance their mystical chi for a while, and couldn't help but swing their weapons around a few times before they could stabilize their bodies again. Those who were observant took a closer look, only to see that from the front of them, about 1,000 feet in height, there was a bloody path extending all the way to the end of the sky. Only a long howl full of killing intent could be heard from afar, lingering for a long time. Lord Supreme Cloud is here. Lord Supreme Cloud passed by here just now, he killed his way through. Countless human experts looked to their left and right, as well as the bloody path that stretched into the distance. As they relaxed, they could not help sucking in a cold breath. Lord Supreme Cloud? Did he just kill his way through without stopping? Just look at the thousands of feet of land around me, and beyond that, there are at least hundreds of thousands of sea race and demon race corpses here. Lord Supreme Cloud, on the other hand, had slaughtered his way from one end of the mountain to the other. How many would he have killed along the way? I've heard people say that one who kills 9 million people is a hero among heroes. I always thought it was an exaggeration. There's a limit to a man's strength. Even if he kills every day and kills several people every day, he might not be able to kill 9 million people in his entire life. However, seeing the bloody path that Lord Supreme Cloud carved out with his own eyes today, the number of people killed in this battle must be more than 9 million, right? Countless people were speechless. That was not all Yunyang had done. Some of the humans who were severely injured and in danger in the midst of battle suddenly had a medicinal pill in their mouths after the gust of wind. The pill melted in their mouths, turning into a steady stream of vitality that nourished their physical body. Their injuries healed immediately. Although it was not an instant recovery, it was at least 30 to 40% healed, pulling the injured back from the brink of death. Such a miraculous medicinal pill, such a miraculous effect, was truly a healing panacea. It was shocking. Yunyang killed his way through the enemy's saint experts. He could not kill them directly, but he would severely injure them and force them to retreat from the battle. Even with Yunyang's current cultivation base and ability, it would still take a considerable amount of time to completely destroy a saint's soul. The higher the cultivation base, the longer it would take. Everyone had the cultivation base of a saint. Some had a higher cultivation base, some had a lower one. Yunyang was half a step into the universe, but he still had the cultivation base of a saint. He had yet to take that half step out. Therefore, it was impossible for him to kill a saint with a single strike. However, Yunyang did not have so much time to waste. He might as well severely injure the other party so that they could no longer do anything and leave the battlefield to recover. This was the time that Yunyang had bought. Yunyang wanted to kill as many members of the sea race and demons as he could during this period of time to accumulate the karmic chi. He wanted to accumulate enough karmic chi to upgrade the endless divine art to the 8th level as soon as possible. Otherwise, Yunyang had no confidence that he could deal with the Phoenix Sovereign. The Phoenix Sovereign was too powerful now. He was truly an expert who had transcended the realm of sages. Although the war between the Dragon and Phoenix clans was intense and the situation was even more tragic, that was because the Phoenix Sovereign had not attacked and suppressed the entire battlefield. Once the Phoenix Sovereign attacked, with his current cultivation base and ability, he could definitely suppress the Dragon clan and quell the internal strife of the Demon clan in a very short time. Although Yunyang had the oceanic suppressing divine staff in his hands, he had no confidence that it could suppress the Phoenix Monarch. Furthermore, Yunyang could only use the staff once with his ability. After using it once, his energy would be depleted, and his mystical chi and spiritual chi would be depleted at the same time. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yunyang really did not want to see that happen. It was too dangerous, too risky. Fortunately, the endless divine art was on the verge of upgrading. Emmy had already sorted out the karmic chi that it had absorbed recently. Now, it was only left with the last step. Although Yunyang did not know how much more he needed to kill to gather the missing portion, he knew that it should not be much. That was why he did not hesitate to exhaust his cultivation base to push forward so fiercely, leaving no survivors. Time. What Yunyang needed now was time. Once the Phoenix Sovereign reacted and went on a killing spree, the battle environment that he had built would be destroyed immediately. That was something Yunyang could not bear. Therefore, Yunyang crushed the jade pendant that connected him to Emperor Rock and the others as he went on a killing spree. Now was definitely not the best time. However, Yunyang had no other choice. The Phoenix Sovereign was improving and familiarizing himself with his power with every second. He could not drag this on any longer. Come on. The more Emperor Rock and the others came, the better. Of Yunyang's trump cards, only the Palace of Nine Supremes had yet to be used. The rest had already been used. Even the Fox Sovereign's personal guards had been wiped out. Yunyang was helpless. He could only do so. However, Yunyang's determination to name a price made the Sea Clan and the other higher-ups even more helpless and frustrated. The other pinnacle combat forces were people who were proud of their status. They were particular about fighting soldiers and generals against generals. They would not specifically target small fries. Even when the human defense line was in danger and Dongfang Haoren and the others counterattacked and slaughtered the demons in the sea, it was only a matter of convenience. Most of them still prioritized saving their own side. The strong naturally had the demeanor and poise of the strong. However, this supreme cloud only bullied the weak, and it was a frenzied massacre that was unscrupulous. Along the way, even the members of the Sea Clan who were hidden in the water and those who had yet to form a combat force were killed. As for the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan who were fighting in the air, none of them were spared by his blade. Cooked dumplings floated up from the water and fell from the sky like dumplings. People often said that both sides could not reach the shore. Was this a case of two sides joining hands? However, the soup of the dumplings was even more glaring to the eye. On one side, blood bubbled up from the water while on the other, blood rained down from the sky. Cries of pain rose and fell, forming a string. Was this an interesting contrast? Under Supreme Cloud's hands, mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and storms of blood seemed to have become a common sight. When he killed the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan previously, he could not bear to do so. Now, he was killing the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan. Pity? What was that? As for the demeanor of a strong cultivator? Never heard of it. The Demon Clan and the Sea Clan who were charging at the front line were almost crushed by Yunyang alone. Corpses piled up like a mountain and blood flowed like a river. He swept from one side to the other like a gust of wind, even using the power of thick earth to fortify the mountains on the other side. He then swallowed a handful of spiritual pills to replenish his spiritual chi and charged back. It was still the same route as before, the only difference was that it was 1,000 feet wider than before. The 1,000 feet of space was just right. The Demon Clan and the Sea Clan were just right to fill in the gap. Lord Supreme Cloud was like a sharp sword that pierced through the heavens, coming back for the kill once again. This time, Ma Jian was moaning and groaning along the way. The Whale King bellowed from afar, "Supreme Cloud! Fight me if you have the guts. Bullying the weak, what kind of ability is that? Is this the demeanor of a pinnacle cultivator like you? Come. Come and fight me to the death." Yunyang chortled. "Sure." With a wave of his hand, a crack appeared in the space. Yunyang, who had passed through the crack, was right in front of the Whale King. The Whale King was shocked, his expression changing as he turned to run. "Big brother, big boss, I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously?" Supreme Cloud's current level was above that of Neptune. The Whale King was only a high-level saint, how could he dare to face Supreme Cloud head-on? He would only be looking for trouble if he fought him. Yunyang guffawed. Didn't you want to fight me? Why are you running? Where's your seed? Where's your ability? The Whale King dared not reply, tearing the space apart to help Neptune. Yunyang tore the space apart again and returned to his original position, charging forward once more. On the battlefield, the humans were all guffawing, their morale high. Everyone had witnessed the Whale King's ruthless words, but once they met, he immediately turned and ran. How could their morale not be boosted? How dare he challenge Lord Supreme Cloud with this kind of trash? He's overestimating himself. What do you mean by overestimating himself? If he really dares to go against Lord Supreme Cloud, that would be overestimating himself. Exactly. What Whale King? I think he should be called Ghost King, the King of Cowards. This is too funny. I'm so happy that the wound on my stomach doesn't hurt anymore, that's you. My stomach hurts even more now. On the other hand, the Sea Tribe who had just witnessed the scene felt a wave of dejection. The Whale King's challenge just now had undoubtedly boosted the morale of the sea demons who had been terror-stricken and scared out of their wits. Finally, a strong cultivator from their side had stepped forward. What happened next, however, caused the morale that had just recovered to plummet to the point where it could no longer be reinvigorated. Our pillar of support didn't even dare to fight the opponent's pinnacle expert and ran away with his tail between his legs. He was obviously just talking. How were we supposed to raise our morale to fight like this? Countless members of the Sea Tribe cursed inwardly. King Whale King, do you call yourself king just because of your mouth? So, other than spitting out water, you can also brag? Could he be any more unreliable? Isn't this a joke? On the other side, the battle between the dragon race and the phoenix race was still ongoing. The Phoenix Emperor was only defending passively, obviously distracted and not paying attention to the battle at all. He seemed to be searching for something, as if there was something missing between heaven and earth, unable to form a complete picture. What was missing, though? The Phoenix Emperor was perplexed and heartbroken, but at the same time, he felt that he was frighteningly schizophrenic. I'm the one who caused his death. Why am I upset? Everything is planned by me. I've brought about today's situation. What am I feeling disappointed about now? Shouldn't everything before me be an outcome that I'm happy to see? Shouldn't it be a situation that I expected? I kept thinking, didn't I already get what I wanted? Why am I still feeling disappointed? What's wrong with me? I shouldn't be sad, I shouldn't be disappointed, I shouldn't feel sorry for myself, and I shouldn't be sad and nostalgic. I should pull myself together, unify the demon race, and launch a large-scale attack on the human race. I should be the great cause of the demon world. But why am I feeling perplexed? Why am I in pain? Why can't I walk out of it? Where did this confusion come from? Why did it come from? The Phoenix Emperor knew what he should do, but he didn't do it. It wasn't that he didn't want to do it, but now, his extremely rare emotional fluctuations were interfering with him and controlling him. Many of the pinnacle experts of the dragon race charged at him with all their might, but they were all dispelled by him. However, that was all he did. Other than that, he drifted around the battlefield as if he was sleepwalking. The dragon race and the phoenix race were clearly fighting intensely, but the Phoenix Emperor was still in a daze, as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. Until, a low-level saint of the dragon race suddenly hugged him, burned his life and divine soul, and self-detonated at such a close distance. The Phoenix Emperor tumbled in the air from the explosion. This was the first time he was being tested, but the impact this time completely woke him up. With the Phoenix Emperor's current cultivation level, he could be said to be unparalleled. Even the self-detonation of a low-level saint at close range was unable to do anything to him. It only caused his body to suffer a certain degree of shock. It couldn't even be considered a light injury. It was just a superficial injury that could be instantly healed with a thought. However, this tremor had awakened him from his perplexity. I've been a companion for so many years, a shadow for so many years. I actually unknowingly got used to this state. So I actually lost myself unknowingly. The Phoenix Emperor laughed self-deprecatingly. Suddenly, he let out an even louder shout, "Stop!" This shout shook heaven and earth, and an abnormally ferocious aura surged out. The surrounding dragons and phoenixes all lost their footing and involuntarily retreated thousands of feet in shock. The power of a single shout was actually so great. The Phoenix Emperor's eyes were filled with disdain as he said loudly, "No matter what, the Demon Emperor is already dead. Now is the crucial period of the war between the humans and the demons. Do you really have to start a civil war at this time? This is not what the Demon Emperor would like to see." The Green Dragon Elder laughed coldly, "Your Majesty is not the Demon Emperor yet. How would you know that the Demon Emperor would like to see us killing the traitors? Why, could it be that your Majesty wants to ascend to the throne first, then lead us to victory, and then talk about the Demon Emperor's death? Could it be that the Demon Emperor would like to see us die? Ha ha ha. What a joke. What a good plan you have. If not for you, how would the Demon Emperor die?" A Phoenix Elder's face was covered in blood as he shouted angrily, "Water has a source, trees have roots, and everything has a cause and effect. If the Demon Emperor did not die, how would the Blood Soul Mountain be destroyed, and how would the demon race gain such a huge advantage in this war?" The White Dragon Elder laughed loudly, "The Blood Soul Mountain does not exist, of course. It is the Demon Emperor's credit that the Demon Emperor did not exist." However, the Phoenix Emperor deliberately concealed the drawbacks of the world annihilation policy, and even if he lost his integrity, it is still an ironclad fact. What else can you say? If the Phoenix Emperor only thought about the general situation of the demon race, the one who would be sacrificed now would not be the Demon Emperor, but the Phoenix Emperor. He would die with no regrets. Why don't you say so? His Majesty has already passed away, yet all of you are still here acting hypocritically and trying your best to weasel your way out of this. The Phoenix Monarch and the entire Phoenix clan are utterly shameless. The Phoenix Emperor said sternly, "Being entangled in who is right and who is wrong now is not beneficial to the overall situation. This is the best opportunity for the demon race in hundreds of thousands of years. If the dragon race is determined to start a civil war now, it is equivalent to giving up on the great cause of the demon race. The opportunity does not come again, and I'm afraid there will never be another opportunity in the future. Do you really want to give up?" At this moment, a calm voice said, "May I ask Brother Phoenix, what will happen if you give up? What will happen if you don't give up? His Majesty the Demon Emperor, did you kill him?" Not only was this voice abrupt today, but it was also somewhat unfamiliar. However, to the upper echelons of the demon race, it was not unfamiliar. Emperor Rock. Chapter 15:18. Emperor Rock, who did not participate in the battle because his cultivation level had plummeted, had arrived. The dragon and phoenix races suddenly turned their heads. Not only had Emperor Rock arrived, but the Tiger Emperor, Leopard Emperor, Wolf Emperor, Crane Emperor, Bear Emperor, and the other demon emperors, who had been severely injured previously, slowly arrived with the peak experts of their respective races. In addition, there was a group of eagle experts. This group of eagle experts included the remaining 8 sage-level experts of the eagle race, as well as an army of 3,000 sages and half-sages. They formed a formation silently and arrived together after the emperors. However, when they looked at the dragon and phoenix races, their eyes were filled with undisguised hatred. The Phoenix Emperor's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Emperor Rock warily. He said in a deep voice, "Rock, didn't you decide to withdraw from this battle because of your heavy injuries? I thought that you planned to recuperate in seclusion and would not come out again. Now that you have come out, are you here for the great cause of the demons? How thoughtful of you. Ha ha ha. Emperor Rock laughed loudly as his voice turned even colder. Brother Phoenix, so you actually guessed that we would withdraw from this battle? You really take every conceivable possibility into account. As expected of the number one sage of the demons. Your reputation is well deserved. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. From the 5 Dragon Elders' point of view, the reason why Emperor Rock and the others did not participate in the final battle between humans and demons was not only because of their heavy injuries, but also because of the Phoenix Emperor's schemes. As the saying went, one could see the general trend from a small clue. If many powerful race emperors were present, it would be hard to say who would succeed the Demon Emperor position if something happened to the Demon Emperor. After all, Emperor Rock was a ruthless figure who had competed with the Dragon Emperor and Fox Emperor back then. However, none of them were present. Only the Dragon and Phoenix races were present, so it was naturally much easier to deal with. It was only reasonable for the Demon Emperor to become the next Demon Emperor. The Black Dragon Grand Elder shouted, "Your Majesty, please seek justice for the Demon Emperor." Emperor Rock, Crane, and the others were taken aback. Huh? The Black Dragon Grand Elder stepped forward and quickly recounted everything that had happened from beginning to end. He didn't exaggerate at all. However, this was already enough. It left Emperor Rock and the others dumbfounded. The death of the Demon Emperor was already shocking enough. Who would have thought that there would be another explanation for this? This was especially so when they heard that 9 Lives, 9 Tails, White Robe, Little Wolf, and countless other old brothers had all perished under a scheme. Their clans had been wiped out. Emperor Rock and company's eyes turned red. Phoenix Monarch. The Tiger Monarch raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. His voice was filled with infinite sorrow. So, the root of all this lies with you. The Phoenix Emperor frowned and said, "Tiger, what do you want?" The Tiger Monarch said calmly, "If you still call me a tiger, then you should still consider yourself to be the Phoenix of the past. As the saying goes, every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Everything has been cleared up today. You should give me an explanation. So many old brothers are waiting. Without an explanation, this can't be justified, right?" Phoenix raised her eyes in disbelief. "You want to ask me for an explanation?" Emperor Rock said indifferently, "If the Demon Monarch were still around, we would naturally demand an explanation from the two of you. Now that the Demon Emperor is no longer around, his death is like the extinguishing of a lamp. If I don't ask you for this explanation, who else should I ask? We can only ask you." Phoenix Monarch narrowed his eyes. "Must it be now?" The Leopard Monarch took a deep breath and said on behalf of the other sovereigns, "Now. Now. Phoenix Monarch. All these years of foul air, it's all because of you. You're the main culprit. The demon race is in constant internal strife, and it's actually all because of demons. Compared to attacking the human race and establishing the so-called great cause of eternity, I think it's more practical to seek peace and stability first." Phoenix Monarch sighed tiredly and closed his eyes. He said, "So you actually came into contact with Supreme Cloud." His mind was sharp, and he instantly figured out the crux of the matter. Emperor Rock sneered. "Phoenix Monarch, as the saying goes, the heavens are watching the demon's actions. Everything you've done has been exposed. No matter how you quibble, or even accuse us of colluding with the enemy, will you be able to turn the situation around? Is this how a so-called wise man plays with the mind, never changing until death?" The 5 Dragon Elders stepped forward at the same time and bowed deeply to the sovereigns. "Thank you, your majesties. Now that the demon race is in a precarious situation, it's indeed not a good opportunity to attack the human race. His Majesty, the Leopard Monarch, is right. We must first settle the internal strife before we fight against external forces. The entire demon race is relying on your majesties to bring order to the chaos. Kill this fiend and return the demon race to its former glory. Emperor Rock sighed. It's my duty to do so. Phoenix Monarch only sneered and did not say a word for a long time. He had clearly seen through everything. Be it Emperor Rock and the others, who were clearly heavily injured, were able to appear here and say all those offensive words just now. It was all so illogical. Phoenix Monarch was absolutely confident that Emperor Rock and the others would definitely not be able to recover from the Sea Monarch's arrow of Nirvana within 1,000 years. But now, it had appeared. Furthermore, the timing was so coincidental. There must be a huge secret behind this. And this secret definitely had something to do with Supreme Cloud. But now, he understood that no matter what he said, the entire demon race would not believe his words. Not a single word. Rock, do you know? Phoenix Monarch smiled faintly. After my advancement due to fate, the success or failure of conquering the bound of universe is no longer my goal. I no longer care about it. The reason why I'm in charge of conquering the bound of universe is really for everyone, for the great cause of the demon race. Emperor Rock sneered. For everyone? Is your so-called fate referring to using the power that caused the demon monarch's death? Phoenix Monarch sighed and fell silent. All the Phoenix experts gathered behind Phoenix Monarch. Their pupils constricted as they stared at the opposite side. Almost all the demons, apart from the Phoenix race, were facing them. Phoenix Monarch looked up at the sky and sighed. Who would have thought that after I spent so much effort to conquer the Blood Soul Mountain, the demon race would fall into such a situation? It's really fate and luck. Tens of thousands of years of hard work, millions of years of goal. We achieved it overnight, but it will be destroyed because of internal strife. Even if the heavens are playing tricks on us, it won't be this bizarre. However, when the Dragon Clan's experts heard this, their anger, which had just been suppressed a little, rose again. Then, one of the elders roared, "Go! Avenge the demon monarch!" With a boom, the battle began again. Furthermore, the battle had escalated into the Phoenix race fighting against the entire demon race. However, not only did the battle not become unfavorable to the Phoenix race, but it also took a sharp turn for the worse. This was because the Phoenix Monarch no longer showed mercy and attacked seriously. A mid-level saint of the dragon race rushed over. With a flip of his hand, the Nirvana flame reappeared. However, the Nirvana flame this time was different from the past. The dense flames formed something similar to a silk net, enveloping the saint of the dragon race completely within it. Following that, the Nirvana flames erupted. The moment the fire net dissipated, the dragon saint was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a wisp of his essence soul that fled in panic in the air. However, the Phoenix Monarch let out a sharp roar and extended his hand. Another pink flame that was completely different from the Nirvana flames suddenly appeared and enveloped the saint's essence soul. As the Phoenix Monarch opened his mouth and sucked, the dragon saint's essence soul entered his mouth and disappeared. In the next moment, the Phoenix Monarch's face suddenly turned red, as if he had eaten a complete tonic. His aura became even stronger. When the demons saw this scene, they were all shocked. Facing the Phoenix Monarch who schemed against the Dragon Monarch and caused the dragon race to lose its status as the demon race's ruler, the dragon race was furious. They wished they could eat her alive. However, how could Emperor Peng and the others not be furious? World annihilation stratagem. What a world annihilation stratagem. Instead of saying that the demon monarch had been deceived by the Phoenix Monarch for so many years and had been controlled for so long, it was better to say that all the emperors of the demon race had been deceived by the Phoenix Monarch and controlled for countless years. So many brothers had died. So many brother races had been destroyed. So many strange things had happened. So many brothers had been framed, schemed against, fallen out with, and perished. For tens of thousands of years, they had been kept in the dark like fools. No, they were like a group of fools. They had been holding back their anger for a long time. Emperor Peng and the other emperors had come with a reason to begin with. They were filled with hostility. Now that they learned that the brother they had acknowledged, the Phoenix Monarch, was actually a schemer, manipulating and playing with their emotions for tens of thousands of years and causing the deaths of so many people and brothers, all of them were enraged. It even surpassed their hatred for the demon monarch. Ignoring everything else, just thinking about how many things they had done to their brothers under the Phoenix Monarch's manipulation made them break out in cold sweat. The moment the people of the Dragon Clan took the lead, many of the emperors didn't wait for the order and rushed forward like a swarm of bees. Every one of them wanted to ruthlessly punch that hateful face a few times to vent the anger in their hearts. However, in the next moment, they saw the Phoenix Monarch easily defeat the Dragon Race Elder, destroying his body with a flick of his finger, and devouring his soul. Then, they saw the Phoenix Monarch devouring his soul as if he had consumed a miraculous elixir. Everyone was stunned on the spot. No one dared to act rashly. The Phoenix Monarch's strength had increased significantly due to the world annihilation strategy. This wasn't surprising at all. In fact, it was reasonable. Emperor Peng and the others had long expected this and were prepared that none of them would be the Phoenix Monarch's match in a one-on-one battle. However, even though the Phoenix Monarch was powerful beyond their expectations, he was still alone. How much could he do against the entire demon race alone? But now, the Phoenix Monarch had destroyed the body of a saint-level expert the moment he attacked. This was already shocking enough. Then, he devoured the soul of a saint to strengthen himself. This was too terrifying. Emperor Peng and the others were all experienced and knowledgeable people. Their willpower and courage far exceeded that of ordinary people, but at that moment, their eyes couldn't help but glaze over. They had indeed heard of such things since ancient times. Following that, a thought surfaced in the hearts of the emperors. Could this be the Phoenix Monarch's ultimate goal? Was this a technique that allowed him to surpass the limits of this world and reach the end of the starry sky realm? Also, all these years, had he eaten many of his brothers? The so-called schemes were not only because he was afraid that someone would see through and stop his plans, but also because he was looking for an opportunity to devour souls and increase his cultivation strength. Thinking of this, their hairs stood on end and they shuddered. With a shocking cry, the Phoenix Monarch flew up with a murderous aura and forcefully broke through the joint encirclement of the 13 saints of the dragon race. His figure appeared in midair, and his aura multiplied. He had the aura of a king descending to the world and suppressing the 4 seas. Since you don't care about the general situation of the demon race and only want an explanation, I'll fulfill your wish and give you an explanation. Flames rose from the Phoenix Monarch's body as he said coldly, however, if you want an explanation, you need to have the strength to demand it. As long as you can produce the strength to obtain an explanation, I don't mind giving you an explanation. Everyone in the Phoenix race, back off. Amidst the whistling sound, flames soared into the sky. With the Phoenix Monarch's order, he charged into the group of more than 100 peak experts of the demon race with a ferocious momentum and started fighting. With a swipe of his hand, a dragon half-sage's body was torn apart. Before his soul could be devoured, he had already been annihilated. With a casual slap of his right hand, the Azure Dragon Elder spat out a mouthful of blood and flew far away. His body suddenly fell into the crowd on the other side. Immediately, more than 30 high-level experts were sent flying as they vomited blood. When Emperor Rock saw that the Phoenix Monarch was charging at him menacingly, he didn't hesitate to exchange a palm strike. The moment their palms collided, Emperor Rock felt his organs rupture. A mouthful of blood spewed out uncontrollably as his arm emitted cracking sounds. It had actually broken. Alarmed, he flipped and retreated rapidly. The Phoenix Monarch's cultivation level was truly shocking. Even if Emperor Rock's cultivation level hadn't fully recovered, the difference between them shouldn't be so great. Emperor Rock hurriedly retreated, but he realized that he couldn't retreat. Seeing the danger, Bear Monarch charged forward without any regard for his own life. He used his chest to block the Phoenix Monarch's palm strike, allowing Emperor Rock to escape. However, even though Bear Monarch was said to have the body with the most resistance in the demon race, his ribs were fractured by the Phoenix Monarch's attack. With a tragic cry, he rolled away like a rubber ball. The experts of the Phoenix clan watched as the Phoenix Emperor advanced and retreated freely in the encirclement of countless experts. She moved like the wind, came and went freely, and dealt with the situation calmly. She actually suppressed many of the top combat forces of the demon clan. They couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. We always knew that the Phoenix Monarch was very powerful, but we really didn't know that the Phoenix Monarch was this powerful. This is simply sharp. According to our understanding of the Dragon Monarch, his personal combat strength is indeed superior to the other monarchs of the demon race apart from the Dragon Monarch. However, at most, he can only deal with the combined attacks of the Rock Monarch and the Bear Monarch. Emperor Rock's movement technique was extremely fast, and his attacks were even sharper. Emperor Bear was extremely strong, and his resistance to attacks was especially outstanding. He had always been the strongest among the demons. When the two of them joined forces, not just anyone could deal with them. But how could the current Phoenix Empress be so sharp? How could she crush them so casually? This was, suppressing the world. It was truly too ferocious. This strength was more than 10 times stronger than his previous combat strength. At that moment, the higher-ups of the Phoenix race understood. It seemed like what the Dragon race had said was true. As expected, the Phoenix Monarch had used the Demon Monarch as a scapegoat and then absorbed the powerful energy contained within the world annihilation strategy, right? Otherwise, how could he have improved so much in just one day? The vast power of the world annihilation strategy had instantly broken through the Blood-Soul Mountain, which had stood in the bound of universe for countless years and contained the mighty power of a strong cultivator in the galaxy. It was no small matter. The Phoenix Emperor, who had absorbed this power, was acting strangely during the battle. It was probably because she hadn't finished absorbing the power. Now, it was obvious that she had already absorbed all the power and made it her own. However, it was good that everyone knew about this. They mustn't say it out loud. Otherwise, they would be looking for trouble. The higher-ups were surrounding the Phoenix Monarch and fighting. In such a battle, those with slightly lower cultivation levels couldn't even interfere. They couldn't even bear the aftershocks of the intense battle. However, are we just going to watch? Just as this thought appeared in the Phoenix race's mind, the situation in front of them was broken by the Eagle Race Army. In that instant, the Eagle Race Army didn't differentiate between friend and foe. They all flew into the sky and plunged into the battle. Emperor! We're here. Today, all grudges will be settled. The Eagle Monarch's personal guards resolutely charged into the battle. They charged into the Phoenix Race Army and the Dragon Race Army, then, the 500 personal guards all did the same action. Self-destruct. We don't want to fight, nor do we want to wait passively. No matter what you want to do, it has nothing to do with us. Our only mission is to collect some interest for the Eagle Monarch. The Eagle Monarch has waited for too long. We've already figured out the cause and effect. Then, it's our mission to bring a group of masters from the Dragon and Phoenix race down. Then, a dense and intense explosion suddenly rang out. Dust billowed and filled the sky. The self-destruction of the eagle race's personal guards almost caused the ocean water to stop flowing. The 500 personal guards of the eagle monarch all self-destructed in an instant. The unprecedentedly intense explosion directly cleared a large area of the battlefield in the sky. This unprecedented and heroic self-destruction immediately caused the entire battlefield to be solemn, and even the world to lose its color. In the face of such a sudden and devastating might, even the Phoenix Emperor, who had already adapted to her current energy level and was confident that she could deal with everything and go on a killing spree without any reservations, was astonished. So tragic. So tragic. The only remaining saint-level elder of the eagle race laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. As expected of the eagle of the sky. As he laughed, tears flowed down his face. My eagle race's emperor, for the sake of the demon race, tried his best to seize the demon race's sacred object. He risked his life and fought with all his might, but in the end, he died. The demon emperor was indifferent, and even ignored it. The Phoenix Emperor didn't say a word, as if nothing had happened. My eagle race's emperor gave up everything for the demon race, but in the end, he only ended up silently. Today, I, the mysterious Sky Iron Eagle, will definitely fight for my emperor. But this is not enough. The eagle race's saint laughed out loud, not enough. Not enough. No matter what, my eagle race will make all living beings in this world remember this day. His voice was filled with indignation, grief, and an inexplicable chill. The eagle race had always thought, always felt, that today's battle was for the eagle emperor. But now, even though the demon emperor was dead, this battle against the Phoenix Emperor had a completely different flavor. In the end, it was not for the eagle emperor, but instead, it was to help the demon emperor take revenge. How could they be disappointed? The eagle race had always loved to go to extremes. Their extreme personality, coupled with the extreme battle situation, as well as the extreme self-destruction of the eagle race's eagle emperor's personal guards, had completely ignited the hysterical extreme factor in the eagle race's body. Only one thought, all of it was focused on fighting for their own grievances. Then who the F***ck cares about the grievances of our eagle emperor? Have you all forgotten? But we will not forget. Even in death, we will not forget. The eagle race was enraged, they had gone crazy. That was a kind of anger that had been ignored by others, so angry that they went crazy. The 500 personal guards of the eagle race turned this anger into a shocking roar in the sky. They brought away hundreds of thousands of demons. Every single one of them was above the middle stage of the demon race. In fact, the sages of the Phoenix race and Dragon race were all riddled with injuries, and a few of them had their bodies destroyed. Even the Phoenix Emperor was trembling uncontrollably after enduring this shocking explosion. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her internal organs were all injured. But this was not enough. The eagle race's Grand Elder roared, "Who still remembers me, the eagle?" The remaining thousands of top combat power of the eagle race roared in unison, "Who still remembers me, the eagle?" The eagle race's Grand Elder looked up to the sky and laughed, "From today onwards, as long as there is history, there will definitely be traces of me, the eagle." Yes. Ha ha ha, several eagle tribe elders laughed and transformed into their original forms. Just like the eagle guards from before, they charged into the battle circle. They were resolute and courageously charged forward without any regrets. "Sorry, we know that we are not a match for you, so we will not embarrass ourselves. We will not fight with you head-on. But the Phoenix race, Dragon race, Phoenix Emperor, Demon Emperor, you still have to repay what you owe the eagle race. We will take it away today. Regardless of life or death." There were a total of 2,500 eagle tribe experts, and the weakest among them was a third-grade Saint Monarch. They rushed forward in unison, charging forward without any regrets even if they died 9 times. If there really is another world after death, I am willing to fight with the Emperor. The Grand Elder's words officially opened the prelude to the self-destruction of the peak combat power of the Eagle race. The Eagle race experts roared and charged down. They still did not differentiate between friend and foe. The Dragon race and Phoenix race were the focus of their attacks, but the other races, including the Rock race, Leopard race, Bear race, Tiger race, and other friendly races, were all their targets as long as they were in the battle circle. Because the self-destruction attack was too extreme, it was the final move that they could not control. Since they had already decided to explode in the final brilliance of their lives, why should they care so much? However, all the sage experts of the Eagle race were charging towards the Phoenix Emperor. The 3 Eagle race sage experts pushed their life potential to the limit, turning it into the strongest heaven and earth cage. Then, they used their cultivation, blood, chi, and life origin soul. Everything was concentrated and released, forming a cage that completely sealed the Phoenix Emperor's power. As for the other saints, they were like moths flying into a flame as they charged towards the shackles. Kill the Phoenix Emperor. This was the common belief of everyone in the Eagle race. Violent explosions rang out one after another, and countless giant dragons and colorful phoenixes tumbled down from the sky. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, and the wounds on their bodies were the lightest as they were still alive. Many of them were suddenly torn to shreds as they plummeted, and they fell into the seawater and perished on the spot. Other than the Dragon race and Phoenix race, the other demon races, such as the Rock race, Leopard race, Tiger race, and Wolf race, all suffered the same treatment. This was the final explosion of the Eagle race, the most dazzling explosion. No one could say anything about them. 2,500 Eagle clan experts turned into a heaven-shaking explosion. More than 3 million experts of the various races perished in this extremely loud explosion. Emperor Rock, who was closer to the Phoenix Emperor, suffered a huge impact from the explosion. Even with his peak high-level sage strength, his entire body was blasted into smithereens. The Bear Emperor, Tiger Emperor, and the others were also covered in wounds, their facial features covered in blood. Among them, the Crane Emperor was the most unfortunate. He was too close to the Phoenix Emperor. The Crane race had been oppressed by the Phoenix race for many years, so the Crane Emperor had too much dissatisfaction with the Phoenix Emperor. Now that he had found an opportunity, he risked his life to attack. As for this desperate attack, he had truly risked his life. He was directly affected by the self-detonation of the Eagle race's sages, causing his body and soul to be destroyed, and he died on the spot. The sage experts led by the Dragon race's Azure Dragon Elder and White Dragon Elder were all swept away by the Eagle race's self-detonation. They were all dead. As for the other demon experts, more than 1 million of them had been taken away by this self-detonation. Many of the organized demon troops were completely annihilated, not a single one left. It was as if the Phoenix Emperor's personal guards had been completely annihilated in this huge explosion. They had died hand in hand. As for the Dragon race, because of their hatred and eagerness to take revenge, they were very close, so naturally, more of them died. This self-detonation even affected the sea area and blasted it into the sky. A large amount of seawater flew into the air with the huge explosion, revealing the yellow-brown ground below. It did not recover for a long time. Such ferocity was shocking, soul-stirring, and terrifying. It was not even enough to describe a 10,000th of it. The Phoenix Emperor was the core target of this self-detonation attack. She had suffered more than 90% of the explosion's power. Even the current Phoenix Emperor found it difficult to withstand the power of such an attack. The protective Nirvana flames had almost been blown away. Her internal organs were injured, and she was bleeding from her 7 orifices. She had even been blown back to her original form. One of her wings had been blown away because she had suffered the most direct impact. One of her eyes had disappeared, and one of her claws was half crippled. The most serious injury was her head, which had been split into pieces. Such serious injuries could be said to be unprecedented. Even if the other experts of the Phoenix clan, Dragon clan, and various other clans were lucky enough to survive, they couldn't avoid being heavily injured. When they saw the Phoenix Emperor being blasted to the point he was practically dead, all of them were overjoyed, and they mobilized all their remaining strength to pounce over. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Although the Phoenix Sovereign was heavily injured, the injuries on its body did not disappear even after the might of the explosion had passed. Instead, it became more and more tattered, as if it could collapse at any moment. Seeing the demons attacking it, it staggered backwards. Although the Phoenix Emperor had obtained shocking power, this power was still not fully integrated into his body. He was not able to fully use it. Therefore, under the extreme attack just now, his body was almost blown to pieces. It was still more than the combined self-detonation of 8 sages, more than 30 half-sages, and more than 2,000 lords. The fact that the Phoenix Emperor was still alive was already extremely lucky. It was a great miracle. If his cultivation hadn't been increased by the world annihilation strategy, he would have died at least 10 to 20 times. However, it was precisely because of this that the Phoenix Emperor was afraid, and the anger in his eyes became more and more intense. I didn't really kill you all. Do you think I'm easy to bully? The Phoenix Emperor was completely enraged. An unprecedented thick killing intent filled his heart, overflowing with killing intent. As he watched Emperor Rock and the others charge over like enemies who had killed his father, the Phoenix Emperor's rationality was gradually replaced by anger. What did I do wrong? I've indeed done many unconscionable things, but most of my original intentions were for the demons. Under my guidance, Long Yutian became the leader of the demons, but he wasn't qualified to be the demon emperor. I only maximized the benefits of his death. That's all. How did it become an unforgivable crime? I might feel apologetic towards Long Yutian, but I don't owe you anything. Why are you so relentless? Others might not know, but do you think I don't know that you are the ones who betrayed the demons? You were originally heavily injured, but you were still able to appear here today. If you hadn't colluded with Heaven and Earth's Supreme Cloud, how could your injuries have recovered so quickly? All of you have done unconscionable things, so what right do you have to be so righteous? Now, almost all the elites of the demon race have died here. Is this all my fault? The Phoenix Emperor's eyes turned red. Kill! The Phoenix Emperor roared. At this point, both sides finally had no way out, and their eyes were completely bloodshot. But it was a pity that the targets of this bloodshot slaughter were the internal strife of the demon race, and not their original opponent, the humans. This time, Neptune was completely speechless. The internal strife of the demon race had already reached an earth-shattering level. The self-destruction of many Xian beasts in the Tian Fa Holy Land was already shocking and shocking. But the main reason why Tian Fa chose to self-destruct was because the Xian beasts were not strong enough. They could only use this kind of extreme method to make up for their lack of combat strength. But what was the situation with the eagle race? All the higher-ups of an entire race self-destructed. Just what kind of deep hatred was there for them to do this? The Sea Emperor also heard it. All of this stemmed from the death of the Demon Emperor. He was even more confused. What's going on? Why did the so-called number one expert in the world suddenly die? It doesn't matter if he's dead, but, are you guys trying to play us to death by doing this? As the Dragon race and Phoenix race started fighting, other powerful races joined in. The entire battlefield had already turned into a mess. The Sea race fought with the humans. The other demon races fought with the humans. The Dragon race, the Crane race, the Eagle race, the Phoenix race, the Rock race, the Tiger race, the Leopard race, the Bear race, all of them were fighting each other. The situation was so bad that even the most imaginative person would not be able to imagine it. Chapter 15:19. The Ocean Emperor was the only one from the Sea Demon race's side who had personally witnessed the rise and fall of this battle. From the initial favorable situation to the downfall, it was out of control. From the initial overwhelming advantage, to the unstoppable breakthrough, to the high-spirited attack, to the gradual change to a stalemate, then, it turned into the Sea Demon race holding the fort. Then, the situation became worse and worse, and it became difficult to deal with them. Up until now, he was basically being suppressed. If not for the waves surging in wave after wave, the Ocean Emperor was more willing to believe that he had been chased back into the sea. What kind of F***king thing was this? And in this, the humans' efforts were only so. The demon race was the one who took the most credit. It was this bunch of bastards who started a civil war as if they had lost their minds. First, they stood by the side and watched, then a meeting was held, and then it turned into a huge battle between the Dragon race and Phoenix race. The battle was abnormally intense. This was already very overboard, and it had already made the Ocean Emperor panic. But what happened next made the Ocean Emperor despair. As the Crane race, Peng race, and Tiger race entered the battle between the Dragon race and Phoenix race gradually turned into a huge chaotic battle. The civil war continued to escalate, and the good situation was completely ruined. The glory was completely gone. It wasn't easy for them to see a glimmer of hope. The Phoenix Empress finally began to attack aggressively, starting a massacre. This was the core supporter who led the Sea Demon race's war against the humans. If she could pacify the Demon race's civil war, it would be good for the human race, even though the battle strength she displayed was very terrifying. As long as those high-level demon race cultivators were hit by the Phoenix Emperor, their bodies would be destroyed, and their souls would be devoured by the Phoenix Emperor. The Phoenix Emperor's aura became stronger bit by bit. Although the Ocean Emperor was happy to see the Phoenix Emperor gain the upper hand and quickly pacify the demon race's civil war, it didn't seem like a good thing for the Phoenix Emperor to be too strong. It was unknown if the Ocean Emperor's wish had come true, but the Eagle race had sent out all their elites to attack. Furthermore, their first attack was extreme, self-detonating, annihilating countless demon race members and their allies. The Phoenix Emperor was severely injured by this self-destructive attack and was on the verge of death. However, an even more shocking and monstrous scene unfolded in succession. The Phoenix Empress clearly looked like she had suffered extremely heavy injuries, but her battle prowess actually didn't decrease at all. Her might was even greater than before, and she seemed to possess the might of a single person in this world. The Nirvana flame burned fiercely, and the Phoenix Emperor's condition was even better than before. On the other side, do you want to continue? The Phoenix Emperor grabbed Emperor Rock at lightning speed and swung his massive body into the air. He casually waved his body in the air and shouted, "Do you still want to fight?" Emperor Rock was captured, and his massive body was injected with vast demonic aura by the Phoenix Emperor. Blood gushed out of his mouth, but he still sneered. "We're irreconcilable enemies. We won't rest until death." Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, but he said miserably, "Our so-called brothers of tens of thousands of years have been fooled, cheated, and used for our entire lives. Now, ending it with a battle of life and death is also a way to end it completely." He roared, "Phoenix Emperor! As the leader of the Rock race, I swear that if there's a next life, I won't share the same sky as the Phoenix race." An unprecedentedly sharp aura suddenly emerged from his body. However, Emperor Rock laughed heartily and said, "Phoenix Emperor, I'm no longer your match, but how far can you stop me?" Before he could finish his sentence, there was a sudden boom. Emperor Rock self-destructed in the Phoenix Emperor's hand. The Phoenix Emperor roared as his body moved rapidly. He tore open space to dodge the explosive force at close range, but his internal organs were still burned by the explosion. A mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. Brother Phoenix, be it in the past or present, so many brothers have already died because of you. Why don't you send me off again? Upon seeing Emperor Rock die, the Tiger Emperor felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. His entire body suddenly spun, transforming into an azure gale that wrapped around the Phoenix Emperor. With a loud boom, seawater surged into the sky again. The Tiger Emperor also followed in Emperor Rock's footsteps and self-destructed. The Bear Emperor roared angrily, but he didn't charge at the Phoenix Emperor. Instead, he charged into the crowd of the Phoenix race. With a shocking explosion, almost all the Phoenix race's upper echelons were taken away by his self-destruction. The Phoenix Emperor wasn't able to display much of the explosive force of a race's emperor's self-destruction, but at this moment, this shocking might was fully displayed. The Bear Emperor's laughter echoed in the air. Those two idiots, don't they know how to drag some of the people they can drag away? I'll drag some of them down with me. Ha ha ha, his laughter was still ringing in his ears, but the Bear Emperor had already disappeared from this world. The Phoenix Emperor's expression changed again and again. Although he could still hold on and could still fight, Emperor Rock and Tiger Emperor had self-destructed beside him first. He couldn't help but be injured. Now, he had witnessed all the members of the Phoenix race die. Not only was his body injured, but his heart was also hurt. When the Leopard Emperor and Wolf Emperor saw this, they didn't show any fear. At the same time, they stood up and laughed loudly. Brothers, please wait. If there's a next life, we'll still be companions, but not with dragons and phoenixes. Another series of explosions rang out, and the emperors all turned into smoke and clouds that filled the sky, becoming one with the dust. With their cultivation and strength, even though they were no match for the current Phoenix Emperor, if they joined forces and took into account the current state of the Phoenix Emperor's body, even if there were casualties, they definitely wouldn't be completely wiped out. However, after seeing through the secrets of tens of thousands of years, the emperors were all disheartened. Was there anything more tragic and disgusting than being abandoned by the big brother that they had been loyal to their entire lives, and being deceived and used by the brothers that they had respected their entire lives? Before the Wolf Emperor self-destructed, he took the opportunity to say something that came from the depths of his heart. I really envy Nine Tails and Nine Lives. They died early, so they didn't have to be disgusted by these disgusting things. As expected, good demons have good karma, and karma is terrible. Ha ha ha, the eyes of the experts of the various races all turned red, and their eyes were about to split open. Explode him. Facing the Phoenix Emperor, who they couldn't defeat with their own cultivation and strength, self-destructing was perhaps the last resort. As for the Black Dragon Elder and the others, in their endless grief and indignation, they turned their entire bodies and souls into a heaven-shaking explosion. The entire battlefield quieted down after the series of explosions, including the sea race's side that had been fighting fiercely. At this moment, everyone was looking at this side with a face full of shock. They saw the millions of experts of the sea race suddenly turn into nothingness in a series of explosions. They saw tens of thousands of Saint Monarchs explode one after another. They saw hundreds of Saint Experts turn into nothingness as they resolutely self-destructed. This has never been seen in thousands of years. Dongfang Haoran couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Seeing so many old opponents turn into nothingness like that, Dongfang Haoran couldn't help but feel as if the world had become silent. In his long-term plans, Dongfang Haoran had thought more than once, in the future, which demon emperor would I die at the hands of? The demon emperor, the dragon emperor? The phoenix emperor? Or the Peng emperor? Or the fox emperor? Or the tiger emperor? Or the eagle emperor? How many of these peak monarchs would perish at his hands in the final battle? Optimism, pessimism, despair, and even hopelessness had all appeared in Dongfang Haoran's plans. But the current situation was something he had never imagined. The Peng Emperor and the others had actually died like this. Looking at the Phoenix Empress that should have been covered in flames but had almost been completely extinguished by the explosion, looking at the slowly recovering body, the shock in Dongfang Haoran's eyes could not be concealed. So many peak forces of the demon race, thousands of saint monarchs, and hundreds of saints had self-destructed, but the Phoenix Emperor had not been killed. Just what level had the Phoenix Emperor's strength reached? If it was him, he would have already died 1,000 times, right? No, how could dying 1,000 times be enough? This was just an unreliable and direct way of saying it. Seeing that there was no longer any fighting and that both sides were in a temporary truce, Dongfang Haoran suddenly felt a strong sense of pressure and danger. The true danger had finally arrived. At this time, the Sea Emperor was quickly gathering his subordinates. The Sea race's bugle horn sounded, and countless strong warriors of the Sea race came from all directions. Although they were covered in wounds, their combat power was still impressive. It was still enough to destroy the human race's defensive line. The battle strength of the humans was also gathering in the opposite direction. Although their fighting spirit was still strong, it was inevitable that they would be exhausted. As for the demon race and the remaining people on the battlefield, they were all at a loss, not knowing what to do. Looking at the sky, the Phoenix Emperor? That was the Phoenix Emperor? That shattered body, and it should be said that the body was rapidly recovering. Was that the Phoenix Emperor? But what exactly was going on? Did the other emperors really self-destruct just now? But why were there internal strife? With a sharp cry, a white-robed figure suddenly flew into the sky. He said with a sharp voice, "Brother Phoenix, what is going on?" It was the Snake King. When the Phoenix Emperor and the others were having internal strife, the attacks of the demon race had been led by the Monkey King, Snake King, Deer King, Horse King, and Ox King. The emperors of these races were neutral in the demon race. They were only loyal to the demon race. It didn't matter who was the leader of the demon race or who was the demon emperor. They were not like flying beasts and could not be treated like beasts. Before, they had been the weakest group, but from the looks of it now, they had become the pillars of the demon race. In the sky, the nirvana flames on the Phoenix Emperor's body started to burn again, and it burned even brighter. As the flames burned, the Phoenix Emperor recovered even faster. A clear cry of a phoenix could be heard. The Phoenix Emperor flew into the air and revealed himself in the sky. His injuries had greatly recovered. Sweeping his eyes across, all he could see was a mess. An indescribably strange expression appeared on the Phoenix Emperor's face. He let out a long sigh. It's all over. Now, it's finally over. His voice was also extremely complicated. It was filled with all sorts of emotions and was hard to describe. There was crying, joy, relaxation, heaviness. The Phoenix Emperor was very satisfied with the current situation. Of course, he was also sad. He was satisfied because so many demon race experts attacked him, causing him to be injured again and again. He was on the brink of annihilation several times. The threat of death finally allowed him to fuse all the newly obtained power into his body. His physical body was destroyed again and again, causing the excess power that he couldn't contain to dissipate. It was like a huge hammer that struck the Phoenix Emperor's body time and time again, expelling all the impurities that the Phoenix Emperor couldn't control. After being tempered for a long time, he could finally control it freely. Although he was heavily injured this time, and although his true combat strength was much smaller than when he couldn't control it, he now had his own combat strength in the true sense of the word. He could completely control the power. But when he swept his eyes across just now, he was shocked to realize that the high-end power of the demon race was almost wiped out. First of all, the dragon race was almost completely wiped out. They had been slaughtered by him. There was only one mid-stage sage left, who was heavily injured and on the verge of death. There were also dozens of great lords who had been standing far away and didn't participate in the battle. The rest had all died. On the Phoenix race's side, there were also heavy casualties. There were only 2 high-level sage elders left, as well as 3 low-level sages. As for the rest, not even a single great lord was left. They had all died in the crazy explosion of the Emperor. Even the few elders of the Phoenix race who had the ability to undergo nirvana were not spared. They were all taken away by the self-destruction of the emperors. The Phoenix Emperor's nirvana was reborn in the blazing flames. However, there was also the process of rebirth. In the face of such extreme and terrifying power, there was no room for buffer. The first and second sect masters of the demon race, who were known as the most powerful ones, were only left with 2 or 3 weaklings. The first and second wave of demons that had attacked the heaven and earth world were almost completely wiped out. However, this outcome was something that the Phoenix Empress could guide and intentionally create. Because he didn't interfere, the internal strife turned into a civil war. More than 60% of the billions of demons had died tragically there. At this moment, the flames around the Phoenix Emperor's body flourished once more, and then all of them were retracted. The Phoenix Emperor had completely recovered its body. A bright light flashed in its eyes, and it waved its hands repeatedly. A cool breeze blew through the entire space, but the cool breeze still contained a trace of heat that could incinerate everything. As a result, streams of energy invisible to the naked eye were gathered by the Phoenix Emperor. They quickly formed a ball of light in his hand. That was the primordial spirit of countless self-destructing experts. As the Phoenix Emperor waved his hands, he made sure that there was nothing left within a radius of 500 kilometers. Everything was in his hands. Finally, it swallowed the palm-sized ball of light that had almost solidified into a solid ball of light in one gulp. A real starry sky level. The Phoenix Emperor's eyes were dazzling. Primordial spirit to rest. As expected. Don't live with dragons and phoenixes. The Phoenix Emperor murmured this sentence with a strange expression on his face. He waved his hand and said calmly, "Send orders to the demons to continue attacking the humans. All the follow-up forces are to press forward. We must break through the defense line of the humans and advance into the bound of universe today." Yes. The remaining elder of the Phoenix race behind him was covered in wounds, but he still obeyed the order immediately. The Phoenix Emperor turned around and looked at the mid-level sage of the dragon race and the few remaining great sages. He frowned and said, "Are you going to fight or surrender?" The powerful beings of the dragon race, who had always been arrogant and looked askance at the demons, all trembled. All the higher-ups of the entire race who came to participate in the battle have been slaughtered. What's the point of fighting? We are willing to surrender. Okay. The Phoenix Emperor's voice became colder. From today onwards, I will lead the demons. Those who obey my orders will prosper. Those who defy fate will die. From today onwards, all the demons will attack the bound of universe. We will not stop until our blood runs dry. We will not return until all the demons are dead. The Phoenix Emperor's voice was indifferent. However, he was giving a decisive order. Although the Demon Emperor's previous attack was also aimed at the bound of universe, he only gathered most of the elite forces of the various races and allowed some powerful beings to stay behind to guard their homes. However, the Phoenix Emperor's order this time was a direct order. As long as they were demons. As long as they were martial artists. Regardless of their cultivation levels, all of them were to go to battle. Order the rock race, tiger race, wolf race, all of them to go to battle. The Phoenix Emperor's eyes shone with an inexplicable brilliance as he said indifferently, "The Dragon Emperor, Rock Emperor, and the others, were all annihilated on the battlefield of the human race and died in the hands of human experts. Do you understand? Understood. The Phoenix Emperor snorted and suddenly floated into the air. He looked at the Sea Emperor from afar and said indifferently, "The sea race will join the demons. All the remaining forces in the sea will be mobilized." Sea Emperor, can you do that? The Sea Emperor's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he said with difficulty, "This, can." Seeing that the Phoenix Emperor's eyes had suddenly turned sinister, the Sea Emperor hurriedly changed his words. He had personally seen the Phoenix Emperor's numerous achievements. Thousands of saint monarchs, half-sages, and hundreds of saints had been unable to do anything to him. Even if all of them self-destructed, the Phoenix Emperor was still able to recover in such a short period of time. This kind of strength was something the Sea Emperor didn't even dare to think about. He was very clear that if he dared to say no, the sea race would at least have a new emperor today. The monster race and sea race both had people responsible for passing down orders. The Phoenix Emperor had his hands behind his back as he stood proudly in the air. He looked in the direction of 10,000 demon planes and said in a soft but faint voice, as if he was talking to himself, but also to the countless dead souls, "Before I leave, let the monster race open the mysterious yellow plains. This is the last thing I will do for the monster race. You have helped me, even if you don't know it. But I will also help your descendants. As for the future," the Phoenix Emperor revealed a bitter smile, "it probably won't happen." Dongfang Haoran and the others felt despair in their hearts. In the previous battle, not only did the human race lose a small number of elites, they had lost more than half. Even if the monster race's high-end combat power was reduced by 90%, with the addition of the Phoenix Emperor, it was enough to suppress everything. An unparalleled expert whose cultivation base far surpassed theirs. The true pinnacle of this world. How could they match him? Now that the Phoenix Emperor was leading the battle, this battle was not only not optimistic, it was also pessimistic. It was simply hopeless. The Phoenix Emperor's body slowly rose into the air, looking into the distance as he said coldly, "Supreme Cloud." In the distance, Yun Yang, who had not stopped his slaughter, turned his head to look in the direction of the voice when he heard this. He heard the Phoenix Emperor say indifferently, "Still not handing over the divine sea staff to me? What are you waiting for?" He raised his head and his gaze became solid, passing through hundreds of miles of space and shining directly on Yun Yang's face. For a moment, Yun Yang felt a strong burning sensation on his face. It was as if these two gazes had turned into two sharp arrows that pierced through his face. Today, 5300. GT. Chapter 1520. When I checked in Laiwu, they said that I had to cut it, but I didn't want to. I came to Beijing to take a look. I'm taking 2 days off. I'm sorry to my brothers. I'm taking 2 days off for, I'm the Supreme. I'm typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1521. Yun Yang sighed softly in his heart when he saw the Phoenix Emperor pointing the spear at him. He was still a step away. The karmic chi was surging in like a tidal wave, but he was still a step away from the breakthrough. Just a step away and he could break through. However, there was no more time for the breakthrough now. He could not do it. Emmy, who was in the deific consciousness space, was crying out but it was stuck there. It knew that there was not much of a difference, but time waited for no man. Time, fate, and luck. Yun Yang was helpless about this as well. He roughly estimated that the karmic chi he had obtained now had obviously exceeded the total required. The number of demons and marine race he had killed was more than hundreds of millions. The number of demons he had killed with his own hands was no less than tens of millions, and the marine race could be described as hundreds of millions. There were also demons who had not been killed by his own hands but had died because of him. The number was even more uncountable, moreover, most of them were experts. Just the wave of internal strife in the demon race just now, how many top combat forces of the demon race had died? They were all tied to him by karma. Even if it was only 11 or 100, it should still be an unusually large amount of karmic chi. No matter how he calculated it, the karmic chi he needed to break through to the next level was enough. Why could he not break through now? This was undoubtedly something that he could not do anything about. What was even more helpless now was that the Phoenix Emperor had already adapted to his sudden increase in strength. This was the most critical point. Seeing that Yun Yang did not answer, the Phoenix Emperor tore the space apart in a flash and appeared before Yun Yang. It stretched out its hand and hollered coldly, "Give it to me." Wishful thinking. Yun Yang sprung up and activated the divine edge at full force. 7 styles and 14 styles were unleashed with the greatest force he had ever exerted in his life. Clang, 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 the Phoenix Emperor dodged continuously, but Yun Yang's saber techniques were unbelievably exquisite. No matter how it dodged, it could not escape. The saber strikes landed on the Phoenix Emperor, producing a loud clang of metal. The fire of Nirvana burned fiercely. The Phoenix Emperor howled and counterattacked vigorously. Boom, 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 7 styles and 14 styles, at least 1,000 slashes landed on the Phoenix Emperor. Resplendent saber light, like a waterfall, slashed at the Phoenix Emperor in the air, pushing it forward like a meteor. The Phoenix Emperor was unable to withstand the attacks at all. It watched passively as the saber kept landing on its body. Its body kept flying back, and blood kept flowing out. However, the expression on the Phoenix Emperor's face became more and more relaxed. There was a loud bang. With the final slash, the Phoenix Emperor's body was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away like a kite with its string cut. Yun Yang stopped his saber and panted heavily. Far away, the bloodied Phoenix Sovereign slowly lifted his head, removing his right hand that was covering his eyes. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed. Supreme Cloud. What can you do if I stand there and let you chop me? He opened his arms, and his yellow robe fluttered like snowflakes. But as the Nirvana flames burned, the injuries on the Phoenix Emperor's body healed rapidly. Another set of yellow robes covered him as the Phoenix Sovereign walked out of the clouds and said with a laugh, "Supreme Cloud, have you given up?" Yun Yang sucked in a deep breath. In the distance, when Dongfang Haoran and the others saw this, they closed their eyes in despair. The Phoenix Emperor's current cultivation was world-shaking. Even Yun Yang, whose cultivation base far surpassed his, was no longer his opponent, and the gap was huge. How could he fight this battle? No matter how he fought, he was bound to lose. The Phoenix Emperor let out a long howl, its body leaving an afterimage in the air as it charged towards Yun Yang. "Let me teach you a lesson." Boom, 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 Yun Yang unleashed his full strength, but the Phoenix Emperor was already familiar with its own strength, so it blocked the saber energy and continued to attack. With a loud bang, Yun Yang flew out like a kite with its string cut. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood as his body crashed into a mountain like a meteor. With a loud bang, the entire mountain peak exploded into pieces. The Phoenix Emperor laughed. With a loud crash, Yun Yang flew out from the rubble, his face pale and bleeding from his orifices. Shengguan Lingxiu and Ji Lingxi exclaimed and were about to rush over. "Don't come over!" Yun Yang roared. The Phoenix Emperor laughed. "That's right, don't come over. If you do, you'll only be sending me 2 hostages. Supreme Cloud, are you going to hand over the oceanic suppressing staff yourself, or do I have to come and take it myself?" "Phoenix Emperor, you want the oceanic suppressing staff?" Yun Yang's expression was stern as he suddenly guffawed. "The oceanic suppressing staff is right here. However, your mouth alone won't do. Come and take it with your true ability." Gritting his teeth, he sprung up abruptly and pulled out the oceanic suppressing staff. With a single thought, he had poured all of his cultivation base into the oceanic suppressing staff. The moment the cultivation base was infused, Yun Yang immediately felt that the oceanic suppressing staff was like a bottomless whirlpool. The mystical qi that he had poured into the staff was like a bottomless ocean. The effect was there, but it was far from its peak. Yun Yang dared not be negligent now that he was going against the Phoenix Emperor. Naturally, he gave it his all and channeled the endless divine arts energy as well. However, he still felt that the staff was not yet full. Yun Yang exerted his strength thrice and forcefully channeled half of the spiritual qi in his deific consciousness space into the staff. Only then did he feel that the staff was full. In an instant, a blurry yellow light spread out. The seawater that had surged into the bound of universe stopped as the yellow light spread. "Rise!" Yun Yang hollered. The oceanic suppressing staff moved upon hearing his command, enlarging abruptly as if it was growing with the wind. In an instant, it became a massive object that spanned between heaven and earth. Under Yun Yang's control, it came crashing down on the Phoenix Emperor. His spiritual energy was locked onto the Phoenix Emperor. This strike was all of his trump cards. Although he knew that it was not enough, Yun Yang still wanted to try. The massive force fell with a force that could destroy heaven and earth. The Phoenix Emperor saw how powerful Yun Yang was when he controlled the oceanic suppressing staff. Even with his current increased ability, he dared not take it head-on. With a furious roar, he flashed and conjured thousands of silhouettes that stretched into a long row. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. The fire of nirvana erupted, forcefully breaking free of Yun Yang's spiritual energy lock and moving outwards with all his might. However, the thousands of silhouettes were all crushed by the oceanic suppressing staff. Wherever the staff passed, not a single silhouette could remain. The oceanic suppressing staff's momentum was not over yet as it continued to fall with its original momentum. Countless members of the sea race were reduced to ashes in an instant, while the seawater flowed back rapidly. The Sea Emperor was above the seawater and was affected by the attack. He cried out in pain and spat out blood. His body fell into the seawater and was swept back along with the waves. Where the staff passed, a shocking mark was left behind. As the seawater receded, a bottomless abyss that was no less than 10,000 feet wide appeared on the exposed ground. In the next moment, the endless seawater that flowed back rushed into the abyss, unable to fill up even after a long time. It was a testament to the power of the staff. Countless beasts in the sea were shaken by the oceanic suppressing staff's power, unable to use their magical energy in a daze as they were swept into the abyss as well. It was also because of this attack that the distance between the abyss and the hill that Yun Yang had raised that was not high but had temporarily blocked the seawater from entering, not even the slightest bit of seawater could be seen. All that could be seen was the muddy ground. Countless fishes and seafood were jumping around on the muddy ground. Dongfang Haoren and the others flew above the abyss and could not help but be speechless. The huge amount of seawater that flowed back into the abyss could not be seen, only grey fog that billowed out from the abyss. How King deep was this? All of them looked at Yun Yang, who was in the air in shock. To be more precise, they were looking at the oceanic suppressing staff in Yun Yang's hand. Dongfang Haoren and the others had never thought that the oceanic suppressing staff's attack would be so terrifying. Such power was more than just respectable, terrifying, and appalling, it was simply unimaginable and unbelievable. With a shrill howl, the Phoenix Emperor's graceful silhouette appeared in midair once more. Her hands parted abruptly, sending Dongfang Haoren and Shimen Fangfu, who had rushed forward to stop her, flying far away. And this was really just a casual strike. Dongfang Haoren and Shimen Fangfu, who could not withstand it, were not only sent flying, but they were also injured severely. The experts of the human race paled at the sight of this. No one had expected the Phoenix Empress to be so terrifying. The people who had been cheering from Yunyang's ferocious attack and felt that victory was within their grasp now felt their hearts sink. The Phoenix Emperor could not see anyone else at the moment. His murderous gaze was focused on Yunyang, studying him from head to toe. A moment later, he let out an odd chuckle. Supreme Cloud, are you still putting up a last-ditch struggle? Although the divine oceanic staff can be wielded in your hands, how many times can you wield it with your cultivation base? The attack just now, do you have the ability to do it again? Yunyang stood in the air, leaning on the all-encompassing oceanic suppressing staff. His gaze swept across the Phoenix Emperor's expression and he sneered, I really don't know how many more times I can wield it, but I'm no longer powerless to retaliate. It's not difficult for your Majesty Phoenix Emperor to experience it again. How about we do it just now? Hearing Yunyang's words, the Phoenix Emperor's gaze was tinged with fear. Yunyang's current cultivation base was, of course, slightly weaker than his, but the Phoenix Emperor's ability was enhanced with the strategy of annihilation. Although he had merged it into his own and could wield it freely, his vision and knowledge were no different from before. Without a better vision, he could not tell what Yunyang's actual cultivation base was. He would not know that Yunyang was already exhausted, like a lamp that had run out of fuel. Even where he stood, he was supported by the energy in his deific consciousness space. It was not something that could be recovered in a short period of time. In other words, Yunyang's claim of having at least one more attack was purely a bluff. However, the power of the attack just now had been deeply imprinted in the Phoenix Emperor's heart. In that instant, the oceanic suppressing staff's dim yellow light had destroyed the Phoenix Emperor's 1,700 clones. Furthermore, they were clones that had similarly improved their cultivation base. If he had not dodged fast enough, he might have been smashed to death if he had been struck by the staff. He could feel that the staff's power could definitely destroy him. The Phoenix Emperor studied the oceanic suppressing staff from head to toe, as well as Yunyang, wanting to see through the latter. Could this fellow still be able to do it? Could he do it again? The oceanic suppressing staff's power was too terrifying. He shifted his position in the air, not daring to stop at a certain spot, afraid that Yunyang would lock onto him again. However, his tone was indifferent as he said with a hint of playfulness, Supreme Cloud, you claim that you still have the ability to activate the staff, but why do I feel that you no longer have the strength? Do you really have the strength to activate the oceanic suppressing staff again? Yunyang smiled faintly, his attitude even more nonchalant. Your Majesty, why don't you stop and try the staff's power again? Your Majesty has countless clones. It's not a big deal to lose another 3,000 to 5,000 clones. The Phoenix Emperor smirked, his body moving even faster. Stop and try. Am I an idiot? Lose another 3,000 to 5,000? Insignificant? If I really lose 3,000 to 5,000 clones, my origin will be depleted. Do you think creating clones doesn't require any origin energy? Why does Supreme Cloud's complexion look so unsightly? Why do I remember that Supreme Cloud has always been high-spirited and vigorous? Your complexion right now doesn't seem like your usual self. The Phoenix Emperor chuckled and looked at Yunyang. You're not really tired, are you? Yunyang smiled faintly. You're very uninteresting. Phoenix Emperor, now that you've succeeded in plotting against the Dragon Emperor, the dynasty has changed and you're in power, why do you have to be so shameless? You're only testing the waters with words and you're narrowing your vision. How can you be behaving like a new demon emperor? Let me tell you something to dispel your suspicions. I believe you also know that the sea-suppressing divine scepter's weight is too heavy. Although I can control it freely and use it as I please, I cannot use it for a long time. We both know the reason. If you don't move, I won't. However, as long as I have the chance, I'll kill you immediately. The Phoenix Emperor snorted. Of course, he understood this point. The weight of the sea-suppressing godly staff was something that every high-ranking demon race member knew, let alone him. It was because of this that he dared not act recklessly. The oceanic suppressing staff was his only concern now. Facing this, he could not be too careful. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. He had been cautious for more than 10,000 years. What was a moment of forbearance worth mentioning? From the battle just now, he already knew that Yun Yang's current cultivation base was much weaker than his. If that was the case, he was invincible in this world. Since he was invincible, what was the use of delaying time? Even if Yun Yang was bluffing and delaying time to recover, so what if he recovered? Wouldn't he still be defeated by him? You can delay time, but I also need to delay time for the main demon troop to come. 9 out of 10% of Yun Yang's weakness was real. However, 10% of it was fake to tempt him. Even if it was only 5%, the Phoenix Emperor would never take the risk. He had already witnessed the power of the oceanic suppressing staff in Yun Yang's hands. It was too terrifying. Therefore, the more honest Yun Yang was, the more he dared not act recklessly. The Phoenix Emperor paused and sneered again, saying, I dare not act recklessly, but do you dare to act recklessly and attack me? Yun Yang nodded and said, You're right. Your sudden increase in ability has exceeded everyone's expectations. This is the only thing I can rely on now. Once this last trick fails, it'll be your world. Therefore, I won't actively exhaust my ability. However, if Her Majesty Phoenix Emperor comes, I won't be stingy either. He observed the progress of the karmic chi in the space. He looked calm on the surface, but in fact, he was burning with anxiety. Hurry up. Hurry up. Even if the Phoenix Emperor was afraid, how long could it last? Yun Yang looked calm on the surface, but he had already come up with 1,000 strategies in his mind. What could he say to drag the time a little longer? Emmy, hurry up and absorb it. The staff strike just now was, of course, to intimidate the Phoenix Emperor, but it was also Yun Yang's last effort. The number of demons and sea clans killed by that staff strike was definitely a sea of them. Was the karmic chi enough? The Phoenix Emperor laughed. If this continues, the only result will be to stall for time. However, you have to know that with the fall of Rock Emperor and Tiger Emperor, your collusion with them has been ruined. Although the demon race's high-end combat power has been mostly lost, they still have a considerable reserve force. If this drags on, the demon race's reinforcements will come one after another. Based on my understanding of the human race's combat power, they don't have any more reserve forces, do they? Yun Yang said indifferently, based on what you know? What do you know? The human race's combat power is still very much intact. At least, my Palace of 9 Supremes' combat power is still intact. It hasn't been moved at all. The Phoenix Emperor laughed. A mere Palace of 9 Supremes, a small sect that has only been established for a few days, how can it stop my trillions of demons? Supreme Cloud, aren't you being too naive? Yun Yang smiled. Even if the Palace of 9 Supremes is mediocre, don't we still have the divine staff of ocean suppression? The Phoenix Emperor's laughter stopped abruptly. Dongfang Haoran, who was waiting in the distance, also said sternly, Phoenix Emperor, as long as we still have a breath left, the demon race can forget about taking even half a step into the bound of universe. The Phoenix Emperor smiled disdainfully and said coldly, Dongfang, you're no longer an opponent that can enter my eyes. You and Shiman Beigong and Mangjiu are just ants in my palm. I can kill you with a flip of my hand. Don't be noisy and make a fool of yourself. Dongfang Haoran's face flushed with anger. Try me. The Phoenix Emperor snorted, looking like it was beneath his dignity to answer. The surviving combat power of the humans had all gathered on the mountain range that Yun Yang, Dongfang Haoran, and the others had built in a hurry. They had joined the palace of 9 Supreme's men. From afar, the top of the mountain was filled with human experts, at least millions of them. There were also countless mystical beasts lined up at the foot of the mountain. With such a scale of combat power, it was not an exaggeration to say that they could fight. Yunyang and the Phoenix Emperor faced off against each other. While the humans were reorganizing their defense line, the demon race was not idle either. Reorganizing their formation, the leaders of the various races recalled their experts and lined up in formation. The demonic mountains and seas were too much for the eye to take in. Tens of millions of demons filled the empty space where the seawater had receded, making it impenetrable. The Ox Clan, Horse Clan, Monkey Clan, Snake Clan, Deer Clan, and countless other demons formed an endless black mass. As time went on, the sound of the waves began to clamor again, crashing against the mountains on the other side. Although the mountains that Yunyang had built were built with the utmost of his cultivation base, they were only at the level of a small hill due to the vast area they occupied. It was impossible for them to block the demonic race's waves for too long. They were already accumulating their strength now. The Phoenix Emperor said faintly, "Supreme Cloud, although the effect of suppressing the sea and receding the water is immediate, the effect is only temporary. I believe that the sea race will make a comeback after a while. Do you want to do it again?" The smile on Yunyang's face was a little forced. "Phoenix Emperor, you're my only target now. I won't act recklessly." His words seemed to show weakness, but the Phoenix Emperor was not the least bit surprised. Yunyang's current target was really only himself. After the demon race's civil war, most of the demon race's top combat power was gone. As long as Yunyang could keep an eye on the Phoenix Emperor, the human race would have the upper hand in terms of top combat power. With this as the premise, even if the sea race were to attack again, it would not be a big deal. It would just be a long battle of annihilation. The Phoenix Emperor chuckled. "Since Yunyang insists on focusing all his attention on me, then let's wait. I'll give you time to recover. At the same time, when the demon race's army arrives, we'll fight to the death. How about that?" When he said this, he looked at Yunyang's face meaningfully. Yunyang's expression remained unchanged as he said, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty, newly ascended Demon King. I need to catch my breath now. This oceanic divine staff is too heavy, every moment is a burden to me. Delaying the war may be disadvantageous to the human race, but it's necessary for me. If I can't fight anymore and can't keep up with your speed, the human race can be protected for a while, but how long will it last?" The Phoenix Emperor nodded. "All right, you're frank. I'll give you enough time to recover." The Phoenix Emperor spoke generously, but the doubt in his heart had dissipated a little. Yunyang's words were very clear, even filled with a hint of weakness. However, his hands were still holding onto the oceanic suppressing staff, not moving an inch. His gaze was fixed on the Phoenix Emperor. He didn't even blink as he focused all his attention on her. A thought lingered in the Phoenix Emperor's mind: the other party was still fully focused on him, waiting for him to let his guard down. Once he did so, he would reveal an opening and suffer a fatal blow. If he were to be struck by the oceanic suppressing staff, even the Phoenix Emperor might not be able to handle it. Was Supreme Cloud's display of weakness without a purpose? Should I believe you just because you're showing weakness? Supreme Cloud is a wise man indeed, the Phoenix Emperor mocked. How can I be compared to your Majesty's wisdom and forbearance? Yunyang retorted, "This is a shocking plot that has been plotting against my brother for tens of thousands of years. I'm sure I can't arrange it no matter what. I have to say that I'm impressed by you." The Phoenix Emperor was enraged as he said coldly, "Provoking me like this, does Supreme Cloud not want the kindness I'm showing? Do you want to act now?" Yunyang smiled casually. "I know that I'm not as strong as you. I can't beat you with my real ability, I can't even hit you. So, if I don't take the opportunity to provoke you with words, I'll really be helpless and disheartened. That's right, may I ask your majesty the Phoenix Emperor, does it feel good to see the former demon emperor Long Yutian die under your world-shocking arrangements? You. The Phoenix Emperor was furious. A glint flashed across Yun Yang's eyes as he stared at the Phoenix Emperor's face with a piercing gaze. He said in a daze, after that, watching Rock Emperor and Tiger Emperor self-destruct in front of you, does this feel good? Brothers of tens of thousands of years, self-destructing to kill you. TSK, TSK. How tragic. Even an outsider like me can feel my blood boiling. Amazing, amazing. The Phoenix Emperor was furious, the fire of nirvana that had been lingering around him began to burn fiercely. Yun Yang did not respond, looking at the Phoenix Emperor in amusement. His hands were quietly changing their positions. Why, Your Majesty Phoenix Emperor can't stand it anymore. Ha ha ha. I have to say, this battle just now is enough to be recorded in the annals of history. It's so satisfying for the human race. Ha ha ha. Again and again, he resorted to all means to provoke and mock the Phoenix Emperor. The Phoenix Emperor's eyes were spitting fire. He paused for a moment, ready to explode. Yun Yang's hand, which was already moving halfway, was in place in an instant. The veins on his hand bulged as if he was about to exert force. It was a conspiracy indeed. The Phoenix Emperor's pupils contracted rapidly. He retreated tens of thousands of feet as he laughed. Supreme Cloud, using such a cheap trick like provoking me with words, have you really run out of tricks? You've provoked me repeatedly, trying to make me fight you, and then you'll kill me with the oceanic suppressing staff. I have to say, your wishful thinking is great. The veins on Yun Yang's hand calmed down instantly. Leaning on the oceanic suppressing staff, he chuckled. I'm just bluffing. How would I have the strength to wield the staff? Your Majesty, the newly ascended Demon King, is worrying too much. Even a wise man would make a mistake. The Phoenix Emperor saw through everything and guffawed. Supreme Cloud, you're thinking too much. You're the one who's thinking too much. He retreated another 1,000 feet and said coldly, I've endured for tens of thousands of years to get what I have now. How can I fall for your evil trick? Yun Yang sighed. He finally breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Secretly checking his spiritual qi, he realized that he had recovered 20%. Although there was still a long way to go before he could fully recover, the continuous influx of karmic qi meant that he was closer to a breakthrough. Yun Yang's thoughts raced. He did not stand where he was anymore. Sighing softly, he floated up and sat on the oceanic suppressing staff. He said faintly, Phoenix Emperor, to be honest, if the two races weren't enemies, I'd actually admire you a little. If the two races were at peace, even if you and I couldn't become best friends, mainly because I wouldn't dare to become your friend, we could admire each other. This should be a good outcome. Seeing Yun Yang sit on the oceanic suppressing staff, the Phoenix Emperor secretly sighed in relief and said in a low voice, Supreme Cloud, you're right. I've always admired what you've done. Ever since you were a saint, I've said that if the demon race were to fall one day, it would definitely be in your hands. You should be the chosen one of this world. If it weren't for my stunning plan, the next one to ascend to the realm of the Star's End would definitely be you. Yun Yang smiled faintly. Yes, no matter how fast my advancement is, it's still not as fast as your plot to succeed and rise to the top in a single bound. There was a deep sense of regret in his words. The Phoenix Emperor sighed as well and said, How old are you? You already have this cultivation base, yet you still think it's not enough? You have to know that I've set this up for 40,000 years just for this. It's already commendable that you've destroyed this 40,000 years of planning in 2 years. I don't think I'd be able to do the same if I were in your shoes. Yunyang laughed and thought for a while before saying, "That's the logic. Unfortunately, even if this is the case, I still won't give up and wait for my death." The Phoenix Emperor expressed his understanding. "I understand how you feel." Both parties fell silent. After a long while, Yunyang spoke again, "Your Majesty, I still have a few questions that have been lingering in my mind for a long time. Now, both of us are stalling for time. I have no choice but to do so while you're obviously stalling for time and accumulating power. I wonder if your Majesty would be willing to answer my doubts during this buffer period?" The Phoenix Emperor smiled and waved casually. A white cloud floated over and the Phoenix Emperor sat cross-legged on it. A huge clone transformed into the true form of a phoenix and sat beneath the cloud. The Phoenix Emperor smiled casually and said, "I wonder what doubts Lord Supreme Cloud has. I'm very interested to hear it." The Phoenix Emperor was obviously prepared to escape at any time and was happy to pretend to be generous. "Trying to lure me over? Coming up with another plan after one plan failed? Supreme Cloud, you're too naive. Even if you're really bluffing, I'm really waiting for you to stall for time. The longer you stall for time, the more advantageous it is for the demon race." Chapter 1522. Yunyang shook his head lightly and chuckled. "It's not really a question. I'm just curious about your Majesty Phoenix Emperor's grand scheme and the details of your arrangements for 10,000 years. The Phoenix Emperor chuckled. "Curious?" Yunyang said faintly, "I'm just curious. I've already learned about the start and current situation of your Majesty Phoenix Emperor, and I know your Majesty Phoenix Emperor's ultimate goal as well. It's only to ascend to the starry sky and transcend this world, and even metamorphose into the pure-blooded phoenix that you yearn for the most. However, I know very little about the details. Now that you're free, why don't your Majesty tell me? If we miss this day, we may never meet again. I'm afraid that no one in this world would want to hear or dare to hear about the past. Besides, I believe that with so many friends and relatives passing away on the same day, your Majesty Phoenix Emperor will inevitably be lonely in the future." He smiled meaningfully and said, "Wouldn't it be a great tragedy if no one could share such a magnificent feat?" Yunyang's words were like knives stabbing straight into the Phoenix Emperor's heart. However, they had also touched the deepest itch in his heart. The grand scheme that had been planned for 40,000 years, advancing step by step and enduring all the time. Who would know of the painstaking effort and attainments within? Who would know of the layers of scheming within? He had finally succeeded. 40,000 years of countless schemes, but there was no one to share them with, so he could only keep it to himself. To a wise man, it was a form of torture. Such painstaking effort and attainments had drawn the world's condemnation. He had become a classic villain in everyone's hearts. Was the Phoenix Emperor indignant? Was there an inside story to this matter? Yunyang was infinitely sure that there must be too many things in the Phoenix Emperor's heart right now. He had succeeded, but the Phoenix Emperor was not happy. Just like what Yunyang had said, the Phoenix Emperor would indeed have no one to share it with if not for today and Yunyang. Anyone who heard of this past would be privy to the Phoenix Emperor's scandal and would definitely be killed. Sure enough, no one wanted to listen, and no one dared to listen. The Phoenix Emperor felt a surge of silence in his heart, but his expression remained indifferent as he said, "The world will belong to the demons, and the land will be my subjects. Even if my past is somewhat despicable, it's nothing. Haven't you heard that history is written by the victors? Since Lord Supreme Cloud has the intention, why don't I announce these past events to the world? The winner is king and the loser is the bandit. This has been the case since ancient times. However, this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Now, in the eyes of all living beings in the world, I, the Phoenix Emperor, am a despicable and vile person who plotted against my brother for several tens of thousands of years. He, the Phoenix Emperor chuckled and said, since I've obtained the benefits, I don't care about my reputation. I might as well reveal everything to the world. Merits and demerits, right and wrong, should be clearly recorded, allowing future generations to judge. Why would I, the Phoenix Monarch, fear them? Besides, even if I put aside the fact that I've become the victor and the one who benefits from this, I still don't think that what I've done is wrong, nor is it a sin. It's just a small ripple on the path of the strong. It's nothing more than that. He spoke calmly and magnanimously. However, Yunyang, Dongfang Haoran, and the others could hear the indignation in the Phoenix Emperor's heart. The Phoenix Emperor sneered and said, when I was young, just when I started to take human form, my father, who was also the previous emperor of the Phoenix clan, was at the end of his lifespan. His lifespan was reaching its end, and all the injuries on his body erupted. Before he died, he held my hand and said, there was one thing in his life that he couldn't achieve despite putting in all his effort. He had let down his ancestors, his descendants, and his greatest regret was that he couldn't see the pinnacle of this world's martial arts and ascend to the pinnacle of this world. If I have the chance in the future, I won't let it go. Becoming a true Phoenix and returning to the true Phoenix clan is what my father couldn't do. This pinnacle of martial arts, the path of the galaxy, was my father's greatest regret, but he told me that there's a shortcut to the pinnacle of martial arts. At that time, I asked my father, what shortcut? The path of martial arts has always been one step at a time. The so-called shortcut is always a wrong path. How could there really be a shortcut to follow? My father told me, this shortcut exists in the strategy of world annihilation. When the strategy of world annihilation is carried out, it has the power to destroy heaven and earth, far surpassing the pinnacle of this world. Even killing a pinnacle expert like the Demon Emperor is as easy as snapping a finger. However, this power isn't something that can be easily controlled, and it's even more difficult to make it your own. Only the controller of the strategy of world annihilation can extract a portion of the power and make it his own. This power is extremely pure, and it won't conflict with the controller's own power. As long as the controller can bear it and digest it, he can naturally ascend to the pinnacle of the galaxy. However, the controller needs to have a certain level of cultivation if he wants to extract the power, and the lower limit of this cultivation is the power of a pinnacle sage, which is publicly acknowledged to be the pinnacle of this world's cultivation. According to the ancient records of the Phoenix clan, a senior of our clan spent his entire life's experience and combined the innate characteristics of the Phoenix bloodline's nirvana rebirth to research and create the great art of world annihilation. It was for the future generations of the Phoenix clan to have a chance to embark on a longer path of cultivation and fulfill the long-cherished wish of returning to the clan. This shortcut was created by the Phoenix clan with great effort, but no one has ever used it before. This is a shortcut, but it is also an unknown path. It is filled with danger. If we don't succeed, we will die. Father, the Emperor, told me to be careful. Since there is such a shortcut, how can I let go of it? Moreover, this involves the long-cherished wish of the Phoenix clan for thousands of generations. The Phoenix sovereign's face was cold and stiff as she said indifferently, from then on, I began to plan. The first step of the world extermination stratagem, the most important step, is to choose a demon sovereign. After all, the world extermination stratagem must have a demon sovereign participating in it. However, the demon king would definitely be devoured by the world annihilation stratagem. This is also the most contradictory part of the world annihilation stratagem. It is absolutely impossible to protect the demon king while starting the world annihilation stratagem. Moreover, I had to be the controller and the decision-maker to extract the boundless power. Therefore, it was an unsolvable problem at that time. I can't be the demon king, but I have to be the controller and the decision-maker. This is something I can't do. At that time, I was gifted and talented. Many seniors of the demon race had long acknowledged that I was the most suitable person to be the next demon king. However, I gave up the position of demon king that I had already obtained because of this reason. As a result, the elders made us juniors compete to determine the position of the demon emperor. The elders did this because they wanted to use the strength of the juniors to push me to the top. After all, I was second to none among the juniors of the demon race. There was no one who didn't respect me, no one who didn't admire me. It was what everyone expected. The Phoenix Emperor's voice was indifferent, but there was a sense of pride in it. Yunyang nodded quietly. So that was it. It was probably then that I suddenly had an idea on how to take this path to heaven. I didn't need to be the demon king. The fundamental problem of executing the world annihilation stratagem was already there. However, as long as I supported a puppet of the demon king, the real decision-maker would actually be me, and all the problems would be easily solved. Of course, all of this is built on the foundation that the puppet I've chosen listens to my every word. This is very difficult to achieve, or perhaps it'll take a long time, but I'm confident that I can do it. Yunyang sighed. So that was it. The candidates for the demon king back then were the fox, Peng, and me. However, the fox was resourceful. Even though I was confident that I was the smartest in the world, it was absolutely impossible to control the nine-tailed wight. Although Peng looked like a straightforward person, he was actually a meticulous person. He was also a great leader of a generation. I didn't have absolute confidence that he would listen to me. Since I wanted to be the controller behind the scenes, the puppet in front of me must not be a great leader. Otherwise, all of my painstaking efforts will go to waste. In fact, it's very possible that all of my efforts will end up benefiting someone else in the end. However, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. There was a natural idiot among the younger generation of the demon race. He was the oldest among us, and his cultivation base was also the highest, but he couldn't convince the others. It was Long Yutian. I realized then that Long Yutian was a gift from the heavens to me. To realize my plan, Long Yutian was a gift from the heavens. He was someone sent to assist me. The Phoenix Sovereign spoke faintly, his voice echoing in all directions. There was no taboo at all. Countless demon race, sea race, and human race held their breaths, listening attentively to this 40,000-year event. Perhaps, they were listening to the Phoenix Sovereign using his own way to vent his frustrations, or perhaps, to clear his name. A wise man's plan, a wise man's listening. If there had been no supreme cloud, the Phoenix Sovereign would have destroyed all these secrets, even altering history to a point where it was unrecognizable. However, there was a well-matched opponent who could understand all his intentions, and yet the Phoenix Sovereign was still willing to speak. This was the greatest joy of meeting one's match. So, I chose Long Yutian and helped him ascend to the throne of the demon race, the demon emperor. The Phoenix Sovereign said coldly, Long Yutian is hot-tempered, stubborn, and conceited. None of our brothers trusted him at all. If it wasn't for me, it would have been a great stroke of luck for him to be able to ascend to the position of Dragon Emperor in his entire life. With his combat power, cultivation base, and personality, he would definitely be feared by the next demon emperor. If he hadn't died prematurely, he would only have become a fighter for the demon race, the kind that was all brawn and no brains. With my support, he ruled the demon realm and controlled the demon race for tens of thousands of years. His words were law, and he could summon the wind and rain. All of this was because of me. I was such a great benefactor to Long Yutian. So what if I had ulterior motives? The Phoenix Sovereign seemed to be defending himself with all his might. He had obtained great benefits, and he possessed the greatest power in this world. In these tens of thousands of years, he did whatever he wanted without restraint, and he got whatever he wanted. All of this was not his. It was only because of me that it became his. It could even be said that everything that he had should have been mine. I gave him everything that I should have, and I gave it to him. He enjoyed the respect for tens of thousands of years, and sacrificed himself for my great plan. What's wrong with that? I allowed him to be high and mighty his entire life, and it was only at the final moment that I sacrificed myself. So what? Am I in the wrong? The more the Phoenix Emperor spoke, the more confident and forceful she became. I removed all obstacles for him, and allowed him to ascend the throne smoothly. Then, I helped him conquer the world, and gathered all the demon race. All of his achievements in life, all of his status, all of his wealth and prestige, everything, was given to him by me. The Phoenix Sovereign's tone was a little agitated, but he controlled his expression and said, "And I did all of this for my own goal. Is that shameless? Is it very despicable? A piece of trash that was originally useless, or had died prematurely, enjoyed glory for tens of thousands of years, and finally sacrificed himself for a great goal. Is there anything wrong with that? He was originally a puppet of mine. He was originally a tool for me to sacrifice. My biggest mistake wasn't in using him or deceiving him, but in, these tens of thousands of years of being together, no matter what, it gave birth to some feelings that shouldn't have appeared. But right now, my biggest concern and trouble are these friendships." The Phoenix Sovereign lifted his head and looked at Yunyang. "Supreme Cloud, do you think that there's anything wrong with this? Or do you think that Long Yutian is worthy of sympathy? Or is it that I'm really wrong? Whether it's worth it or not, it's only between you and the Demon Emperor. We're only outsiders, we have no right to judge." The Phoenix Sovereign laughed and said, "The entire battlefield, the billions of demon race, sea race, and human race, are listening. I, the Phoenix Sovereign, have done this. Now, I've announced everything to the world. Is this worth it?" There was no doubt. There was no sound of agreement. Who was right and who was wrong was not something that could be decided in a single sentence. After a round of discussion, the Phoenix Sovereign howled into the sky, "Long Yutian. What are you wronged for?" As the Demon Emperor, as the common lord of the Demon Clan, and as the righteousness of the Demon Clan, you, as the Demon Emperor, should have sacrificed yourself in this matter. Otherwise, how could there be the grand occasion of the Demon Clan entering the bound of universe? From the perspective of personal gain and loss, you've lived a life of glory and glory. You've only had this one sacrifice for 40,000 years. What are you unwilling to do? What do you have to be unwilling to do? If it weren't for my support, how could your life have been smooth sailing? Don't tell me that you're really not willing to suffer even a little loss in your life? Your biggest mistake and tragedy is to treat me as a brother. And my biggest mistake and tragedy was to treat you as a brother. That's all. That's all. That's all." The Phoenix Sovereign's last three "that's all" were louder and louder as if he was venting his anger. The Phoenix Sovereign stood above the clouds, flames burning all over his body as if he was going to burn through the void and transcend this world. On the top of the mountain where the humans gathered, Dong Qitian, Shi Wuchen, and the others stood solemnly. Behind them were Yun Xiaoxin's disciples. The Phoenix Sovereign's voice shook the world, and everyone heard it clearly. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.